Good morning, besties. We are getting ready for cafecito, chisme, tea, and receipt with AnniGRC. Settle in, grab your coffee, and I will be right with you. Buenos dias, besties. Grab your coffee. I am just getting everything ready. Welcome to everybody coming in from YouTube or TikTok. As always, I'm going to pin in our chat the link to become a baddie if you want to support my member or my streams with becoming a member. Also, you can call the tip line and I'll be right with you. Maria Rodales, good morning, Bessie. Thank you so much for sending your 200 jewels. Shout out to you. Buenos dias, besties. Welcome back to YouTube Live. We are going to be going through some receipts today and follow up of our crazy plot twist in the Laguerita70 storyline. First and foremost, you guys have your cafecito ready. I'm going to try to put a timer on this live so that we top out at 2 hours, okay? Good morning to everybody. We could wish you could just be on all the time. Me too, bestie, but we got to get some other stuff done. Okay, first and foremost, has everybody had a chance to watch the replay from Friday? That shit was bananas, okay? That shit was bananas. I did leave it up for public replay. I haven't left all of these lives up for public replay because I haven't wanted to like over condense or just spam my channel with just a bunch of long ass replays that don't really have any structure, or a lot of it is just you know, we're live engaging. But that one I feel like did. And I rewatched my own live as soon as we got off, and I was like, damn, that was some crazy shit. Just when we thought, I honestly did think we were about to wrap up the Candice series. I swear to God, I did. I was even about to start segueing into my own story with my own receipts and my own 911 calls. That shit brought us back so quick. Now yeah, it's like the rabbit hole that never stops rabbit holing. Oh my God. I don't know where Candice is. So there's some things that I've been thinking about over the weekend. Okay, we're gonna get into everything. I do want to give you guys an update. If you remember, on Friday night's live, we sent in 2 additional requests for receipts. The first one was a GRAMA request for the police report for Ortiz's arrest on January 4th that I suspect Candice had a hand in his arrest and possible deportation as well. And they also submitted a request for his booking sheets to confirm that the mugshots that we found were him. Okay, so I did hear back from the booking. I did get his booking sheets back, and I can confirm that the mugshots that we saw online on Friday are him. There's very much hims, yes. And we're gonna go through an additional timeline. Those booking sheets contained some additional information. Let me give you, okay, so let's do a quick recap. Let's do a quick recap for those of you that maybe weren't here and haven't watched the full live replay of 4 hours. Let me do a quick recap. The whiteboard is arriving today, just in fucking time, because we need that fucking whiteboard hella bad today. Okay, whiteboard is arriving today. Probably sometime in the afternoon is usually when I get shipments. So whiteboard will be here today and we'll be able to put all of this up. I'm even gonna print fucking visuals, okay? So whiteboard will be here today. Thank you to all of you that chipped in for that whiteboard. It's gonna come in fucking clutch. Shout out to all of you that have been sending super chats, Venmos, tips. If you want to call the tip line, it's pinned in the chat. Who's gonna get us started out with our first alert today? Happy Monday, Emily. Oh, I have it. I didn't know that my chat was up for public. Okay, so as of right now, everybody can comment on the live. If things go south, we'll just switch over to member only, okay? Please be respectful. Please keep the vibe. Those of us that are here are invested. If I see any comments about why are you doing this, I know you don't belong in this class, okay? I know you're in the wrong class. If you come in here asking any fucking candy culters, okay, see your way out. Please don't fuck up the vibe. Class is in session. We're going through receipts. If you missed the first 17 episodes, there's no way you can sit in this classroom today, okay? You're gonna have to go watch the replays. We do not have time to catch you up to speed. We do not have time to give you fucking disclosures of why we're here. It's too late, bitch, okay? Go catch up on your own. So with that being said, please keep the chat lively. We're just here to have fun. Also, I do have a lot to tell you guys. There's a lot going on, okay? The first thing I'm going to segue into, oh, this is going to be so bad. Okay. A lot of you have asked, like, has Candice responded yet? Yes and no. She has not responded publicly, but since the beginning, we've known she's doing stuff behind the scenes, right? Such as when she submitted her objection to the first police report being released, okay? I knew that was not the only thing that she's doing. And I knew that she would be trying to, in very white woman fashion, find a way to legally shut all this down, okay? And I gave her, I know she's been watching my lives because she takes some tips from what I say. I do know that Candice intends to sue, okay? And she's trying to find any way that she can. And initially, I gave her a heads up when I told her she would need to be in PV to do that, right? So what she did, lucky for Candice, she has a little minion in PV by the name of Carlos, okay? So Carlos and Candice have begun to reach out to attorneys here in Puerto Vallarta. The legal field in PV is very, very small, okay? Client confidentiality doesn't really exist like it does in the States, okay? So word of mouth travels very quickly here, especially in the legal realm, okay? So Candice is employing Carlos to start reaching out to attorneys locally to see what her legal options are to shut this down, okay? So I'm going to tell you this right now. If and when I get sued for this, it's a we bitch. We are getting sued, okay? All of us together. All of us together. It's going to be a group project. So yes, I've received information from some attorneys that know attorneys. Again, not to put them on blast, but the legal network in Puerto Vallarta and Bahía de Banderas is very, very small, okay? Very small and connected. Carlos and Candice are trying to move with an American mentality, and bless their hearts because been there, done that, okay? It is very on brand for somebody like Candice to want to sue. We have seen the way that she has machined the legal system in the U.S. for her benefit through her relationships, through her public assistance, all of that, okay? So that is currently what they are trying to do. They are trying to find first a criminal outlet, right? Trying to see if what I'm doing can be classified as a crime. I can tell you that it doesn't. Two, she's probably looking, her biggest case would probably be a civil suit, the same way that Chanclas has filed one. So let me give you some law school 101, okay? Anybody can sue. Anybody can sue. I could go sue my neighbor tomorrow if I wanted to. Suing doesn't mean that you have a case. Look at Chanclas, perfect example. Okay, so anybody can sue. Yes, Candice can sue me for the series, absolutely, if she wants to try, and then we'll need to hash it out in court, and it'll be a years long process. Absolutely, she has the option to do that. She can cite moral damage, she can cite invasion of privacy. I've been well aware of that since the beginning, and with that knowledge, I've decided to push forward, and that bringing the truth to this virtual community is more important than safeguarding my own ass, okay? Also, I think it would very much feed our narrative of what I've been saying of her white privilege in a foreign country, because imagine what a white woman suing a Mexican national in Mexico. Imagine the fucking headlines, Candice. Imagine the headlines. It would be kind of like the little restaurant with the chef that those foreigners were suing him. It would be very similar if and when Candice decides to, do whatever she wants to do legally. Imagine what it would feel like as a Mexican national for a white woman to now come over here and sue me because she doesn't like the narrative I'm putting out, okay? So, yeah, I'm going to let you guys know very early on that she and Carlos are actively scouting in Puerto Vallarta for their legal options to shut the series down. And with that being said, we might as well start getting our legal fund up and going. Okay, so for those of you that have enjoyed this series, and for those of you that are enjoying the public records coming to light, hit my tip line, bitch. Hit my tip line, because I already know where this is going. We are in too deep. The question is, does she violate immigration laws? Would it be considered... so defamation... One, it would have to be false, and two, is not a criminal. It's not in the criminal code. So at best, it's a civil suit. Her best case scenario is a civil suit for moral damage, which she needs to prove that I've caused financial damage to her. Which that would be hard to do because, if anything, I think she's probably got more views over this and more engagement. So there's a lot of legal aspects that she would need to fulfill. I will tell both Carlos and Candice, because I know they're probably watching here. Any attorney here is going to tell you have a case, especially when they find out that Laguerita70 is paying, or Carlos that grew up in the United States is paying. Okay? Man, the amount of times you're going to get waxed before you find somebody that's going to tell you what you're actually looking at. I know it because I lived it. Okay? So I've never really had any concerns legally, but I just did find it interesting when it got back to me at school this weekend. How quickly word of mouth travels, and they have no idea what they're up against in this legal system. So bless your little hearts. We'll be standing by if, good luck. Check. Look at Chanclas. Chanclas' little civil lawsuit has been hanging around for a whole almost year and a half in the court system, okay? Good luck, Chuck. But if, like I said, anybody can sue. And yes, you would have to put up a defense, even if what she says doesn't hold up or doesn't. She could literally file a suit to say, she said my mouth is, she said my hair is green when it's purple if she wanted to. Anybody can sue. Anybody can. Okay. So again, I just think that in itself is a response, right? So when you guys have asked, has she responded publicly? No, but privately, this is very much a response. So anyway. Carlos posted a video saying he was meeting with some lawyers and we had to do with this. Oh, did he? I haven't even seen it yet. Should we link us, please? Can you link us? Can you send me a link real quick and we can watch it live together before we get into all our other topics today? All the other receipts we're gonna go through. Oh, TikTok. Don't worry, Fabi. Yeah, please link us because I haven't seen it yet, but I did get the word of mouth. Phoebe's very small, very, very small. And again, bless your little hearts trying to move here with that American mentality. So anyway, if you have a link, send it to my email and we'll do a watch party together. There is no defamation laws. They are, but they're civil. At least in the state of Jalisco, it's civil. Nayarit is also civil. I know Chanclas tried it. Listen, if Chanclas, who has lived here for her whole life and is probably deeply connected, at least on that side of the state, couldn't go nowhere, couldn't get nowhere with me, good luck to fucking Laguerita70 and Carlos in Mexico. Anyway, okay, so an American can sue in Mexico. Yes, anybody can sue in Mexico. Mexico grants rights and protections to anybody, and you don't have to be a citizen to have rights here. Even foreigners have rights. Foreigner children, like the case with Ortiz, you know, they were granted the protections of the Mexican Constitution. So absolutely foreigners can sue. Look at Chef from Gabby's restaurant, right? He's been in a lawsuit with two foreigners trying to shut him down for years. And that's why I'm saying, you know, if Candice wants to, for Candice, I personally think it would be a terrible PR move for her. But by all means, feed my narrative. Imagine, oh, you would be sick of me. You would be sick of me if and when I receive any type of legal summons from Candice. Absolutely. I just don't think it would go well for her. At least in the public eye. A white chick suing a Mexican woman in Mexico. Yeah, imagine that. On top of, I mean, that would just make our series go even that much longer. Candice, I think we're almost to the end. Just aguántanos un poquito más, and every time I keep thinking we're to the end, we find another rabbit hole. But I want to think like we're that much closer. We're that much closer. Just aguanta un poquito más. What I don't understand is, how does she consider herself a content creator and can't stand criticism? Unfortunately, part of becoming wait.
So since $1.99 cheese made box. Let the games begin. Smiley face emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Shout out to my bestie hitting us with their first super chat. Besties, quick reminder, if you guys send a tip, I get to keep over 97% of the tip, versus super chats I get to keep about 70. So thank you so much to all of you that have sent in super chats, tips, Venmos, whichever route you take. I appreciate it, and we're gonna go ahead and put those towards the legal funds. Okay. Girl, do a top tier for us to pay for further series. Would cost her more money, or anyone to get deeds. Well, the $9.99, you know. And look, I'm aware, regardless of me putting things behind a paywall, people can get a hold of it. People will pay to get a hold of these stuff and like leak and stuff. That's okay. I can't type, and won't let me. Oh, well, thanks for trying, bestie. So our whiteboard is gonna get here this morning, and hopefully we'll be able to put everything where it needs to go. So okay, so we were supposed to do a recap of Friday. Okay, so for those of you that maybe haven't watched the replay, maybe weren't here, let me give you a recap of what we found Friday. And honestly, we stumbled across it, okay? Because I thought at best we were just gonna get like I just wanted to confirm that Carlos Ortiz was a boyfriend, you know? Thank you, bestie.
Saluting face emoji.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. She just tipped $10 through the tip line. Also, if you guys want to add something or like ask something or say something, the tip line or the super chats will read out your questions through TTS. Late to class, but I'm present. The tip line is in the pinned comment. So if you open up the pinned comment, it has the link to become a baddie or to send the tip line, which is through Streamlabs. So just open. I don't know if you can. Let me see what it looks like on the chat. If you make it like open up. So I like to pin the membership link, and then I pin the tip line right
Trending in
underneath
metal
it.
crafts.
Yeah, look. So just open it at the very top, and then the tip line is right below it. Okay, so let's do a quick recap. Yes. So earlier last week, I had, well, let me take it up even more. When I had started this series, Stephanie, thank you so much.
Stephanie N1W4N sent $10 cheese Maybox. Here is your Leia gel fee, starstruck emoji.
Thank you so much, bestie. You should add your QR code to tip. I didn't know that was a thing. Let me try it. Okay, while I'm looking up the QR code, is there a QR code? I don't see one. Okay, so when I started this series, I did a record search for Candice and Fidel, right? Originally, when I when I was beefing with her in 2023, I focused my record search on Fidel because I knew that's where the criminal convictions were, right? But when I decided to drop her episode in the series, I just thought it would be appropriate to look her up just to see what I would find, right? And that's when we found the divorce, which was really what opened up the door to everything. And then I also found a protective order that she had filed against this person named Carlos Ortiz in 2008. And it didn't give us much information, but I assumed that it was an ex-boyfriend, because who else do women typically get protective orders on, right? Especially because she didn't follow up to make sure. It looked very much like she got in a fight with him, filed it, and then let it get dismissed because she didn't show up to the last hearing. So once we were getting towards the end, I was just kind of curious. I thought, well, why not pull that report too, just to see where he falls in the timeline, in that very small timeline of all these relationships she had in her early, when she was a teen. And let me catch up, okay? Let me say something really quick, because I've seen some people in the comment sections. Why do you care? This is old. This is so old. Yes, this is stuff she was doing in her early 20s, and she's hella old now. But the reason why this history and context matters, one, the misrepresentation in her love story, okay? And that's not that big of a deal. But what I'm really after in these two cases, specifically with Fidel and this ex-boyfriend, is showing how she weaponized their status, how she's used their status to her advantage depending on the circumstances, okay? That's why this history with Ortiz matters. Otherwise, it would have just been like, oh, well, she had another boyfriend, but he ha ha, and we would have moved on. But so when I got the records back for the protective order, it confirmed that he was her ex-boyfriend. We went through the report. It also confirmed that they lived together at one time, which is why we were like, what the fuck? Like, Becky
To
G.
start off with legal fees, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji.
Thank you so much, Becky
Mexico
G.
emoji, Mexico emoji.
So when we got the report, it confirmed it was her ex-boyfriend. It confirmed they lived together, which threw us off a little bit, because we were like, how the fuck did she live with this man? If she married Ferguson in 2007, divorced Ferguson, or separated from Ferguson in 2007, met Fidel, when the fuck did she live with Carlos Ortiz, right? So we know she's lied about that timeline, which is not a surprise. But what really intrigued us Friday, once we were looking up the report, we decided to also look up Ortiz's criminal charges, and we found something in her request for protective order that let us know that that boyfriend was also arrested at Candice's house, in the same fashion that Fidel was arrested at Candice's house, in the parking lot. There was a lot of similarities in the Ortiz case to Fidel's arrest that we were like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Like, this is too much of a coincidence. We started deep diving into Ortiz. We found that he was also undocumented, and we found that he had to take a plea deal, which included deportation at the root of the arrest at Candice's house. And then we were like, wait, this is too much of a coincidence. Two men that she dates, both undocumented, both end up deported because of something that happened at her house. It's not Fidel. We confirmed this is a completely different man. We pulled up his mugshot. We pulled up his record. It is not Fidel. This was somebody else before or during. I don't fucking know where her timeline is, okay? But she's now had two boyfriends that at the root of her contacting authorities, these two men have been deported. And I just found that very, very interesting. Very fucking interesting, because is it a coincidence that she's dating two undocumented men? Is it a coincidence that both of them ended up deported? I don't think so. I think it goes in line with what I've been speculating first with the Fidel case. That I speculated she had something to do with his deportation. We confirmed that. Okay, now I'm speculating she set up Ortiz to be deported, and I'm speculating up until we get the report. So that is a summary of what we uncovered on Friday, and we submitted requests for Ortiz's arrest record so we can get the details of why he was arrested. Now, two things that already don't match up. In her request for a protective order, Candice lists the date that he got arrested, and she describes that he had damaged, that there was pretty much a domestic violence incident, and the police were contacted and he was arrested. And in the details that she gave, she said that he broke down her door, he broke her cell phone, and he damaged her property. The police came out and they arrested him. So based on the information and the request for the request for the protective order, he probably would have been charged with some type of domestic violence or criminal mischief. Well, the arrest records list his underlying charge was possession of a forged social security card. Esme, thank you so much.
74 sent $10 cheese Maybox. Bestie's
Thank
legal
you,
fund.
Bestie. So we were shocked. I'm shocked that what she's reporting in her request for protective order is not the reason why he was arrested. He was arrested for being in possession of a social security card that was forged, and he was arrested with that at her house. So it made me question, like, why? How did that? What the fuck? What the fuck? So we need the report. This one, unfortunately, does speak English. Ortiz did speak English. So in the report with Fidel, we never got his side of the story because the language barrier, right? Ortiz spoke English. He took a plea deal. He wrote down some of what happened. So in the report, in the police report that I requested, I want the context of that arrest because I suspect Candice set him up. And if I'm right, that is my concrete base that this woman, prior to her following Fidel out here, used to date undocumented men, and she would weaponize their status at her convenience. And now she uses that same status, Fidel's, to monetize. So people have presented her like this ally, right? Like she's an ally to the Hispanic community. She's an ally to the deported community. She's an ally to the undocumented community. But how could she be an ally if during her time that she lived in the United States, she was weaponizing her boyfriend's statuses? And that's what this series is proving so far. And I don't mean to toot my own horn, but so far, none of my speculations have been incorrect. I've speculated something, I pulled the receipts, and it matches what I said was going to happen. Have I not? Please give me, raise your hand if I've been wrong on anything that I'm speculating. Who the fuck said you can't spell Candice without eyes? Oh, you guys are going to hell. Somebody said deporter in chief on Friday. I'm sorry, but yes, it's giving. You used to date undocumented men, and when things went south, you would set them up to be deported. She knew they were both undocumented. She called the cops on both of them. Surprise! They got deported. Yeah. And maybe she did owe money to Carlos. Something happened there. Something happened there that she said, ojo de loca no se equivoca. I'm dying on this hill that this woman, who's now the face of deportation, while she lived in the U.S., she was weaponizing people's statuses. And can we just talk about where the fuck was she finding these men? Like, we pulled up his mugshot, Ortiz, and Female 666. What the fuck? Like, I just want to know where she was. Do you find it a coincidence that both of these arrests happened at her house, at her apartment complexes? Whether it was in the parking lot, whether it was, you know what I'm saying? That the similarities in the two cases are crazy to me. Thank you, Selena.
Martin is 9082 sent $1.99 cheese Maybox. All these men 100% have been bamboozled.
Girl, you know she was on the buy list. No. There's no way. And then this leads me to my next thing, okay? In the request for protective order that she filed in 2008, this is leading into the missing MBA, she asked the judge to order Ortiz to stay away from her house, her work. She didn't list a school, which tells me she was not enrolled in school in 2008. So when the fuck was she going to school for her MBA and her bachelor's in the middle with juggling all these men? We know she wasn't enrolled in 2008 at the very least. When did she start school, if she ever? Because we've sent multiple clearinghouse verifications for her to multiple colleges in Utah, and nothing's coming back with an MBA or even a bachelor's for her. I'm really starting to doubt this MBA, and I want to be careful. Can we see Ortiz's mugshot? It's on my YouTube. It's on my YouTube replay from Friday, and I've timestamped it. So if you go to my replay from Friday and go to the description, you'll see a timestamp that will take you right to the mugshot release. The mugshot is on Friday's live, and if you don't want to have to skip to the whole thing, I timestamped it for you, or you can fast forward to the mugshot release. He was a teeny tiny little guy. You guys want to see him again? Hold on. All right. Let me bring him back up real quick to give you a reveal, so you don't have to go searching. Did you try Harvard University? No, there's no way this girl had time to go to Harvard. Okay, she just didn't. No, I didn't. If any of you guys, look, we've been on the search for that MBA for a hot minute. If any of you guys can find something, by all means send it in. I'm happy to retract and say the one thing I was wrong about was the bitch does have an MBA. But so far, nobody's been able to find anything. Okay, so I'm going to show you, what was the kid's name again? Carlos Ortiz in Utah. She's wearing a Harvard University. I don't think she would give us that big of a clue at all. I don't think she would give us that big of a clue. Thank you, Bessie. Cheers.
At Alicia94555 has just tipped $19.99 through Super Chat. Proud of you. She is a threat to her community.
Thank you so much, bestie. Shout out to my bestie, Alicia. Connie, thank you for the $20 Cheesemint bucks. It came in at the same time. Oh, here it comes. Ah! Love it, love it, love it. Somebody said he looks like Jacob from Twilight.
Just tipped $20 through Super Chat. Cheese me bucks. Yellow heart emoji.
Thank you so much. Hey, quick question. I was watching my replays. Can you guys hear the audio of the music when the alerts come up? Because I was watching my replay and I didn't hear them. Somebody said that Ortiz looks like Jacob from Twilight, and now I cannot unsee it because you're dead ass. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Okay, hold on. I wonder if the new Carlos brings back memories for... Okay, there's some additional receipts I want to share about Candice in a little bit when it comes to content creators. Okay, don't let me forget. Don't let me forget. No, not Search Arrest Records. You know how mugshots.com just sends you on a fucking goose chase of everything? Alright. I need... This is not later... Is the Carlos wife video old where she's saying she feels threatened? No, that was just like last month or some shit. The fucking I'm afraid for my safety, with Alondra or whatever. I can't find it again. Search arrest records. No, I need mugshots. I need mugshots. Oh my gosh! Tina! Holy shit! I didn't even know there was 100. Bessie, thank you so much, Tina.
Matt661 has just tipped $99.99 through Super Chat. Inquiring minds want to know. Let her try to play clown face emoji.
Tina, you're gonna make me have to make a new alert for $100 ones. Thank you so much, bestie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now we gotta make a new alert for $100 tip.
At Kiki88 has just tipped $19.99 through Super Chat. We have your back, baby girl.
Oh, thank you, bestie. Thank you, Kiki. Thank you, thank you. Shout out to all of you guys supporting my live stream. That legal fund is coming up quick. Candice, we're gonna be ready soon, okay?
I
mean it when I tell you, when I get sued, it's gonna be a group project.
At Ash Gregorio 510 cent $4.99 cheese box. Cheese made Y cafe chi con los gas. Woman tipping hand emoji. Nail polish emoji. Coffee emoji.
Someone said let the tipping battle begin. I am sat for this. I will even break my no caffeine string for y'all. I sent you a link to the mugshot. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, because I couldn't. Oh, Gabriela, how to add. Thank you. The Carlos video. Okay. Yeah, we have a lot of receipts to go through. Okay, real quick. Let me pull them up. Thank you to my besties. I love when you guys help me with the link so I don't have to divert too much from interacting and I can just pull them up quickly. Okay, so first the mugshot. Okay, real quick, let me give you guys a Ortiz release. Okay, aquí vamos. Oh, but this is only one of them, bestie. Remember he had more? The one with the long hair. We want the one with the long hair. How you like in the rain, Arizona? We want to see where he looks like Twilight. Twilight. Okay, real quick. Okay, my bad. I gotta. Okay, our mugshot reveal is coming. But there's another one. There's another one. Let me try this. That's once he cut his hair off. Right here. This little guy right here. The one, not the one with the short hair, the one with the long hair. And this is when he was arrested at her house on January 4th, 2008. Okay, that's what he looked like. He was teeny tiny. Like teeny tiny. Okay, so did you guys get enough of the reveal? Okay, now we're gonna go into some other receipts. Bella, where have you been? Look, that's what I was trying to say. Yes. Don't do that to that boy, Jacob. Angela, welcome to YouTube Baddies. Baddie alert. Okay, let me...
At Angela Fudge 24 has purchased a membership.
Oh, no, not on TikTok. Let's go on... Okay, you guys just sent me Carlos's video. Part of the candy cult of it. Okay, so for those of you wondering why you're watching this video, I have yet to watch this, so bear with me. It's gonna be a live reaction, okay? Again. Okay. Court docs, no. Receipts. Wait, where is it? Okay. Can you guys hear okay? I can't hear shit. All right, let me try again. No escucho nada. I can't hear him either. Oh, right here?
Nothing tastes better. I had a business meeting today, and I have to share this with my TikTok family because I don't usually dress like this. Man, look at the fit, man. You usually see me wearing like sports stuff, sports shorts, dry fit shirts. Certainly not dressing like I'm about to go sell you something, right? Anyways, I had a business meeting with some stuff that...
Let's pause right there. Business meeting? Me llama la atención because we know this man's not employed. And we know he works for Candice. We know he does her editing, and we know he doesn't have a job. He don't have a real job. But his business meeting is related to content because we know he don't have no fucking job, okay?
We have going on, and I was told today by an attorney here in Mexico and a criminologist Now, my Spanish is like, they were impressed when I said that I was raised in the United States, but...
Okay, Carlos, if you're watching this, let me give you some free advice. You already fucked up. You already fucked up when you told your attorney you were raised in the United States, because they're going to give you United States rates, dumbass. Okay? When they were complimenting your Spanish, they were setting the tone. They were setting the stage. Okay, so he mentions he met with a attorney and a criminologist. Let me tell you why he was meeting with a criminologist and an attorney at the same time, assuming he did. And mind you, this is after the fact they got back to me at school this weekend. A criminologist is criminología. They study crimes. They study the nature behind crimes. They can sometimes venture off into forensics. Okay, so if he's meeting with a criminologist and an attorney, it tells me they're trying to find a way to classify what I'm doing under a criminal code in any way, shape, or form. And they potentially, depending on the type of criminologist that it is, trying to find a way to have them certify these videos through a forensic analyst to be able to admit them into a court proceeding. That is the context that I can gauge based off of what he said and what I was told this weekend. Okay, and there is a reason why he made this video. Okay, I haven't even, I don't need to finish watching it. The fit to go meet with an attorney also necessary, Carlos. Like, you're wasting money. 2, you're fucking up by telling them that you guys are from the States. They're gonna wax you. 3, they're also gonna tell you whatever you want to hear, so you hire them because big money. Foreigners means big money. 4, good luck. Good luck. All dressed up to get treated like a clown. Yeah, that does make sense with what I was told this weekend. And again, bless their little hearts moving with an American mentality, thinking that things work the same way here that they do in the United States. Number one, client confidentiality honestly doesn't exist out here. So be very careful with who you're hiring. Be very careful with who they know and who they're connected to, because the legal realm is very small in PV. And by everybody's connected. Okay. I do think that video was likely made. I hadn't seen that till now. Was likely made with the idea to intimidate. Like, this is what we're trying to do. We're going to get you with some whatever. I'm not concerned. But I do believe that the one possibility they have, that Candice would have, not Carlos, is to file a civil suit. Anybody can file a civil suit. And what she alleges is really up to her criteria. But I find it interesting that she is having him do her groundwork. Not entirely interesting, because I've known that he is her minion. He is her, and this is going to lead me into the next segue, okay? Carlos, we know Carlos is also upset with me because he was episode 1, okay? And I do remember watching, I don't know if it was a video or a live stream, where he said that Annie fucked with the wrong one. I'm not going to let this slide. I'm going to show her, blah, blah, blah. So his motive behind helping Candice is getting back at me for episode 1, and the way that his story was exposed, and the amount of backlash that he may or may not have received. Oh yeah, they're gonna have to pay to translate everything. Absolutely. Yeah. So thank you.
Golf sent $5 cheese Maybox.
Thank you, Karina.
They're gonna have to pay to translate everything to Spanish your videos.
Right. So any type of case that wants to admit my screenshots, anything, you would have to pay a forensic, that is, se llama un perito, to translate everything. So it would be a voluminous, voluptuous, a large amount of money that would be spent into trying to present some type of case. And again, by all means, they're free to do so. Anybody could sue. But again, I find his involvement interesting, to go out of his way to be on the ground for Candice doing A, B, C, and D, and then trying to, brush it up with like a business meaning. What you're doing is bitch work, okay? The next thing, I want to remind people why Candice followed these creators to begin with, okay? I'm going to show you some receipts that I compiled over the weekend that involves 3 particular creators, okay? There are more, but these are the ones that I've been able to, concrete some receipts and dates. And again, bless Carlos's little heart, where he thinks that him and Candice are besties. But really, her only motive behind reaching out to him, let me narrate her motives in reaching out to him, okay, and multiple other creators. So we're gonna start with Madre. Well, no, let me start with Carlos. Okay, let me start with this image here. Okay. I announced my public collab with these creators in early 2025. Okay, but more specifically, I want to bring you guys back to this collab that I announced. We took this picture on May 3rd, 2025. Okay, this was the collab where I got all the, well, not all, but multiple creators from PB together. We had dinner, we did some TikToks, we got the attention of some news stations, etc. The date's very important, okay? Keep this in mind, May 3rd, 2025. Okay. Madre de Huarache is a content creator that some of you guys know that was part of that collab, okay? Candice began to follow her, and not only followed her, but subscribed to her channel on August 18th, 2025. Okay, here's the receipt for that. I did also ask for permission to share these with you guys. This is her sending me the receipt through Instagram. Okay, so this is from Madre de Huarache's subscriber lists, which tells you exactly when Candice began to follow and subscribe to her channel. Well, that's very interesting, because guess what I posted on the same date that Candice followed Saide? Yeah, I posted, and now we had already announced our collab in February from our meetup, right? But the same day that Candice followed Saide was the same day that coincidentally I had just posted an Instagram story where I launched that we were going to be meeting weekly, and we were trying to find a name for our YouTube self-produced docuseries. Okay, here's the date. So the same date that I post this is the same date that she decides to follow Saide. And I do think it's also important to mention, I was on Saide's live a few days ago, last week, posted that we were doing our YouTube docuseries. Okay, so that's one creator. Okay, then I'm going to take you back to Rafa. You guys know I have already showed some of these on the individual episodes. Okay, Rafa and I began working together in early May, and more specifically on May 5th of 2025, I pre-scheduled a live stream with him where we would be sharing his deportation story on my channel. May 5th. Okay, you guys see the date? Guess when Candice reached out to him? On May 6th, 2025, she followed him on Instagram, exchanged numbers, and then she sent him a text message that said, "Hi, it's Candice. Is it okay if I call now?" Right? So she reached out to him and asked to FaceTime one day after I announced that I'm hosting a live stream with Rafa. Huh. That's two creators now that immediately after I post public collabs, she runs to follow them. Leah, bestie, welcome to Baddies here.
Has purchased a membership.
Okay, then we're gonna go to Carlos. Okay, Carlos, the first time I posted with Carlos was on May 3rd, 2025. Now, we had already been engaging on live streams. I don't know if she was watching those or not, okay? But May 3rd, 2025 is the first day that I post with Carlos, both on my story, and I did a live stream the entire time that I was at this meetup, okay? I was live streaming with all these creators from the time I got there, which was probably like 4 or 5. Guess when she followed Carlos? On May 3rd. He posts a video fangirling. So the same day that I'm live streaming, collabing with him, she gives him a follow. Okay? May 3rd, 2025. Bless his little heart. He thought she had an honest interest in his story, and he was fangirling and felt like, oh my gosh, she sees me, she sees my story. What she saw, Carlos, what she actually saw was this. Okay, Annie's making friends. I need the friends that are trying. I need her friends. I don't want her to have collabs. They got to be my collabs, okay? That's why, that's 3 different creators that I've shown you with receipts that as soon as I posted a collab with them, she ran. She ran to follow them, call them, subscribe to them, okay? Carlos was the weakest link, which is why he's now in her pocket, running around doing footwork and PV for her, defending her in all the live streams. She's this, she's that, Candice, okay? He was the weakest link. We know that Rafa eventually saw through her bullshit, didn't want nothing to do with it. We know that Madre de Huarache has been vocally in support of some of my content, so much that Saide even made a video calling out Candice for her white privilege and tagged her in the midst of the news of when the receipts came out, that she interfered in that news story, that she chose to take the face of the news article instead of a Mexican national. Some of you guys may remember. Well, I didn't know this, but Candice not only saw the video, she's still following her and didn't block her, which I find that very, very, very interesting. Very interesting. In fact, I hope Saida doesn't mind, but I'm going to show you the video that Saida made and tagged her. As of today, Candice is still following and subscribed to Saida. That screenshot that Saida sent me was just over the weekend. Okay, so Candice blocks anybody that doesn't like kiss her ass, but I find it incredibly interesting that she hasn't blocked Saida yet, especially since Saida called her out for her white privilege and directly tagged her when the issue with the news story or whatever came out. Where is it? I don't know how long ago it was. It was actually in February when she made the video. Sorry, I wasn't prepared. Some of this stuff comes up while I'm right here. Okay, so let me connect. So am I still crazy? Am I still the one obsessed with her? Am I still the one that she just doesn't want to work with her and Annie's being crazy? If she doesn't want to work with me, why does she, or if she doesn't want anything to do with me, why does she immediately follow all of the creators? Mind you, there's a lot of creators in this niche. A lot of them. Like, a lot of them. Why does she immediately follow all the ones that I'm collaborating with? Okay, let me show you this video. So this is still up on Saida's page. Okay, she called out Candice directly and tagged her.
Mexico was ever offered an article written by a Mexican about Mexican deportees never should have highlighted a white woman. Like, if I, a U.S. citizen that lives in Mexico, was ever offered an opportunity, but I felt uncomfortable with working with somebody or being even featured next to somebody that I consider a dangerous person, I would walk away from that opportunity. I wouldn't tell the journalist that is covering a topic around deportation, might I add, that if Annie's involved with it, then I won't be a part of it. I just wouldn't do that. I would simply thank them for the opportunity and walk away. I recognize my privilege of living in Mexico and making content in Mexico as a Black American. I recognize that I'm given a lot of glamour, praise, and spotlight being in this specific niche on the internet because I'm a Black American. And that it's not conventional to see somebody like me leave their life in the US to come live in Mexico. I realize that I'm given an opportunity that other people, other Mexicans, would not be given. For example, if a Mexican American left the US, moved to Mexico being a no sabo kid, and was like learning the way that I'm learning currently, would they be getting the same kudos that I get for trying to speak Spanish? Or would they be ripped to shreds, called a no sabo kid, and all kinds of other derogatory things? I am acutely aware that I am allotted that privilege along with so many other privileges when I'm in this niche making content. And as a white woman, you have to recognize that you were given even more privileges than I am. You were forgiven after lying to the entire internet and somehow still are able to portray this innocent and like wholesome image. And these are things that are not allotted to people of color, specifically in this specific niche Mexicans. I just feel like when you're invited into another person's culture, you have to be very aware on how every action that you make will affect the next person. Because this isn't your culture, this isn't your country, this isn't for you. Yet you are taking up so much space. And I really want you to ask yourself why, Candice. Like, why are you allowed to take up so much space within this niche? You guys know how I feel about white privilege, how I feel about American privilege in Mexico and around the world. I just feel bad for Annie. You guys can say what you want about her, but the fact of the matter is that an article written by a Mexican about Mexican deportees never should have highlighted a white woman. Like, let's be all for real right now.
Okay, and that is what a true ally sounds like, moves like. Okay, so Candice was tagged in that video. Currently, Candice is still following her and subscribed to her channel. She obviously never responded, never acknowledged it. I find it very, very interesting that Candice didn't block her or remove her after that, because we know how quick she is to anybody that questions her narrative, anybody that calls her out or criticizes or even gives some type of feedback like this is blocked. But that was, I really love the way that Saida worded that. I do. I think it gives, you know, and directly called her out for refusing to acknowledge her white privilege and why she's given such a large space in this niche that ultimately does not belong to her. So yeah, that is, you know, I wanted to show those receipts again and just kind of put them side by side. That's 3 different creators. There are more. She did the same thing with Cisco, where she reached out to Cisco, FaceTimed him, all very similar to what you saw here. Okay, so 3 creators that I can show you with receipts, dates, and times that she has immediately ran after as soon as she sees me publicly collaborating with. Okay, and I'm a little bit, if I'm being honest, resentful with Candice because about that collab last year, because we had something really good going on. We had a lot of plans. In fact, that first meeting that we had, which is what prompted her to follow Saida, like, we had some big plans as a group, all of us, where we were gonna do a YouTube series. Obviously that didn't pan out. A lot of stuff happened and everybody just kind of, there was so much drama, right? But I do feel like Candice was in the background, like slowly trying to put all those creators that were working with me in their pocket quickly. It's why she eventually starts, I remember the first time I saw her engaging in a live stream with these guys, and I screenshot it because I remember thinking, like, what the hell is she doing here? So this was in May, mid-May, shortly after she had started following them. And I remember screenshotting this because I was like, me sacó de onda to see her in these lives with Carlos and Rafa and Danny, because at the time, and Danny's another one that was part of the initial collab, right? That, if you guys remember, this included Danny. So all the creators that I was working with, she starts following, subscribing, asking to call them, and then interacting publicly in their lives. Now, this always threw me off because I had never seen Candice engage like this anywhere else. And since, I haven't seen her do it since. And I just remember thinking, like, that's weird. Like, what is she? I remember thinking, like, Ariana, what are you doing here? This was before I knew any of the behind the scenes. This was before I knew any dates of when she was reaching out to these people or what intentions she had. I just thought it was curious, like, and I screenshot it, sent it privately to one of my friends, and I was like, this is weird. Why? Because I knew our history. I knew the history that I had with Candice, and I knew her stance on me, that I was dangerous. So even then, I was like, this is just kind of weird that she's inserting herself in this same little community that I've been actively participating in, because last I knew, like, we weren't cool. And like, it did shock me that she would want to be linked to those creators because I knew our history. I never mentioned our history. I never mentioned this to anybody, not to Carlos, not to any of the other creators. Did I have private conversation about it with my friends that were around during 2023? Yes. And I was like, this is weird. Right, this is weird. And we had some observations like, why is she trying to be part of the circle? That's kind of weird, whatever. So now as I look back, I can now see that she was actively machining, actively trying to dismantle that little group by reaching out to all the creators that I was working with and trying to network with and trying to put them in her pocket and trying to befriend them at the same time or at a faster rate. And during this meeting is the last meeting that Carlos ever attended. He stepped away after this on some bullshit excuse. I now know it's because he was talking to Candice and God knows what other bullshit she was putting in his head, right? So 3 different creators, dates, times, don't lie, that she reached out to them immediately after she saw me doing something with them. So when the whole like news report, you know, when people were like, well, she just has boundaries, she just doesn't want to have anything to do with you, then why the fuck was she actively pursuing collaborations with all the people that I was already actively and publicly linked with? That never made any sense to me. And I believe that that is her, again, using that I'm afraid for my safety card when anything is questioned, so people won't question it. Oh yeah, well, for her privacy, if she wants this, okay, so why has no one ever asked for clarification on that? Like, okay, you didn't want to do the news story, you don't want Annie's story next to yours, but you want to be besties with all her besties, you want to be linked, you want to be engaging with her. And I'm not saying that that group belonged to me at all, everybody's free to do their thing. It's just, it was very known that I was part of that community, part of that network of creators that were slowly, like, we were growing, right? We had projects, we were being featured on news articles together. And those are the ones that she decided she wanted to go after. And many of them weren't even following, well, there was multiple of them that weren't even following her when she reached out to them. Rafa, Cisco, I don't know if Saida was following her. Right? So why reach out to not even just a collab group, okay? Because these are people that I was building relationships
having
with.
to look at Carlos' face, woozy face emoji. El me to Esco.
Thank you, Essie. Right? These are people that I wasn't just doing live streams with. She knew these were people that I was hanging out with in real life, that had my phone number, that had access to me, that Carlos had been to my house. So when she was going around telling people like, hey, just please don't give my information to Annie, I'm scared of her, whatever, because she was having those conversations with all these creators that she was networking with. Just, I'm going to tell you where I live, just please don't tell her where I live. You are reaching out to people that are with me in real life, that I'm making friends with, not just collaborating with on TikTok. And those are the people that you chose, that you wanted to work with, but you're so afraid for your safety. But you want to make sure nobody tells me where you live or give me your phone number or any information on your family. Then why the fuck do you insist on getting close to all the people that I'm making friends with? Right? There were multiple videos we made of us hanging out together, doing dancing TikToks together, going to dinners together, you know, my birthday party together, all that shit. You're watching me develop friendships with these people, and then those are the people you're going to go after to call and vent to about me. Mind you, this entire time, I had no idea. I wasn't even talking about her. I had moved on. I had left 2023 in 2023. Okay? So this was fucking crazy to me because I really was just minding my own business. I was doing my thing. God knows who was I falling out with in 2025, but I was just in my fucking lane.
So into your live bestie that I put the clothes that I just took out of the dryer back to the washer instead of the basket with the dirty clothes. Woman face owing emoji.
Thank you, Michelle. When did she start following Olga? I'm not sure. Because Olga and I don't have that rapport anymore, obviously. And I wasn't having these conversations back then. I can't match up the dates. But I would bet money on it was the similar thing to these other creators. Similar dates, similar timelines, that she was reaching out to all the creators I was working with. Promise you. I do remember seeing her comment on Olga's videos when I was freshly doing the lives with her. I do remember. But I can't tell you exactly what date, the way that I did with these creators, because I don't have that rapport with her. But I will tell you that the same way that I saw her actively start engaging with these people is the same way that I saw it with Olga and everybody I was working with. And I was like, why is she so all up in this community? Like there's not more creators in fucking Puebla or wherever the fuck that she could be doing with this. and again, I knew our history and never spoke on it. You never saw me fucking in those lives or like talking about why is Candice here. I just quietly observed and minded my business. I didn't have a single conversation about Candice with any of these creators, not publicly and not privately, until they asked way later on once the Candice shit resurfaced. So that tells you everything you need to know about who's afraid of who's obsessed with who's stalking who. Okay? Candice could not let me go for whatever fucking reason, and she insisted on swimming in the same fucking swimming pool I was in, and then telling you that she's afraid I was gonna drown her. That is how I interpret that. And that class is the reason why this series started. That is what started this series. When I learned of the behind the scene machining, conditioning, manipulating these people, using these creators to her benefit. Like Rafa, she totally used Rafa and Carlos, and that's who she was going to launch a podcast with. Remember, that's who she wanted to launch with. Out of all the creators in this niche, she chose the two out of that online network that I was building with. What is it? Oh, Connie, why not create what you were getting closer to home? Why not choose people in PV until the creators close? Exactly. Like, why would she choose all the creators in PV? What, I purposely chose, like, brought all of them together because we were all in PV. And not all of our stories were even deportation stories. Syed is not a deportation story. Mike's not a deportation story. There was a lot of them. It was just people, like, that were from the States that created content, right? And now we know why she went after the men. She did reach out. I guess she didn't reach out to Saide, but she did follow her. But I don't think she reached out privately like she did. She did have a FaceTime with Cisco. She reached out to Cisco privately, sent him a DM, and then did the whole, can I give you FaceTime? That's what she did with Rafa. That's what she did with Carlos. All of them got a personal private FaceTime from her, which I think that's just fucking weird. That is so weird. To like start I would never reach out and be like, hey, do you want to FaceTime real quick so we can get to know each other? I don't know. I just think like not even building any rapport with them, just be like, hey, I really love your story. Can I give you FaceTime so I can get to know you and your family? What the fuck? What the fuck? She's so male-centered. Absolutely. And some of these DMs, 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. that she was sending to these male creators. Yeah. Mi novio Rafa. The wanting to do a podcast with Rafa and Carlos doesn't make sense since they live in different states. It doesn't make sense because she doesn't have nothing in fucking common with them. Can we all collectively agree, like, that was a weird dynamic for Candice with Carlos, maybe Carlos, but even Rafa, like, what the fuck do you have in common with these men? She was using them for her because, let's be honest, Candice is not podcast material. I'm so sorry. She doesn't have the personality. She doesn't have the voice. She doesn't have the story. She doesn't have the depth. She doesn't have the ability to connect and engage with people like that. She's too fucking self-conscious to get it. That's why she's like, the majority of 99% of her podcast would be that fucking nervous giggle, okay? She could not launch a podcast on her own, especially for that niche. That's why she needed Carlos and Rafa. Let's keep it 100. Rafa has a radio voice. Rafa was going to do well. Rafa's content was hitting. His editing, like, he's easy on the eyes. He's wise. He has a lot of depth to his story, right? Rafa was going to carry the podcast. We've talked about that. Carlos, I don't know what the fuck he was. I think Carlos was a buffer. Carlos was going to be the buffer, so it wasn't just her and Rafa. I wonder if Fidel knows about it. Fidel, there's no fucking way Fidel knows about all this shit. There's no way he knows about all these men's. Because we know Fidel is celoso, posesivo. There's a reason he assaulted her, which I don't condone, but there's something there, okay? At least he was. Those traits do not just die down, okay? You glitching. I'm sorry. Find me on YouTube. We go over here, yeah? Fidel doesn't even stay at the house most of the time. Yeah. Fidel doesn't. Let's be nice, you guys. Be nice. Do we believe her though? Question. I don't believe shit she says anymore. I question absolutely everything. Sandra Silva Bessie, thank you so much. Thanks for the updates. Mama Bear 1971 just sent me a $5 Venmo. Shout out to you, Bessie. Thank you so much. Okay, somebody just sent. Carlos so serious about Candice's lackey lapdog. So excited to have a business meeting. He took his wife to go shopping for an outfit to meet with lawyers. Like he's so excited, it's pathetic. He's so embarrassing. Imagine doing a colonizer's bidding to go against a fellow Mexican. He needs to be named and shamed. Towards the end of the vlog, he also talks about a meeting like he's a child excited to have a job. Just reading out somebody's message that they emailed me. Delia Bestie, she's a fan, super fan. Thank you for the $10 Venmo. And had to add a QR code. Oh, Gabriela, thank you so much. I will work on adding the QR code for my tips on the next lives, just so I don't take away too much from our live engagement right now. So as a recap, there's no way to recap, but this is a cute little segue. We are putting aside funds for our legal fees because it is knowledge. We've received information, not only privately, but publicly through Carlos's video, that he is doing her footwork in PV to try to find a way to legally shut the series down. AKA, we're probably going to get sued at some point by Candice. And I'm not surprised, okay? I actually, I wish Annie read my comments. Oh, come over to YouTube, bestie. Sorry, I kind of focus on YouTube a little bit, way more now. I bet you after Carlos is going to regret having sex with Candice. Well, probably not. Carlos has a personal investment, a personal vendetta in this, right? Because he feels personally, he feels something about episode 1. You guys know Carlos and I had a fallout. I would call what happened with Carlos and I a fallout. Absolutely. He's a traitor. He is a fake. He's a phony, and he's a scammer. And I called him out publicly. Right, and I exposed parts of his story that he hadn't shared previously. So he's mad. And he's gonna take any opportunity to link with Candice to try to affect me, whether it's legally, financially. If they could, bitch, they would shut down my channel today, expeditiously. Maria, welcome to YouTube, besties.
At Maria Elena Cisneros 6621 has purchased a membership.
Carlos and Candice remind me of Temu version of Erica and JD. No, tell me why you're not lying. That is so dead ass. Absolutely. It's Erica Kirk and JD Vance. Carlos and Candice, absolutely. And me, I am, what's her name? Mexican Candice Owens. I want to ask Lillian Chancamanca if Candice has ever reached out to her. She's a white kid in Puebla, and I haven't seen her interact with her at all. Oh, I've seen her videos. I've seen Lillian. Yeah. I've never engaged with her either, though. But that would be interesting because, yeah, they are, like, in the same vicinity. Yeah, so Felipe, we talked about this earlier where I did receive information that Carlos is doing the footwork here in PV to try to scout out legal options for Candice. He's met with attorneys. I guess he's met with criminologists to, they're coming up with something behind the scenes to try to, I guess, I don't know what we would call it, but, I don't know what would we call that? What's that word? Revenge? Some revenge? They want to hit me back. They want to do some shit. They're not going to sit back quietly, right? I do believe that, and this is very on brand for women like Candice. I'm sorry to say it, but one thing white people love to do, sue, bitch. Retaliation. That's what I'm looking for. Retaliation. Thank you. They are looking for a way to retaliate legally. Absolutely. That video he posted to his business meeting, whatever, that was him meeting with attorneys that know my attorneys and not know my friends. The legal world is very small, okay? That's all I'm going to say. Stop moving like you're in America here. You're not in America. They're going to have some rough lessons to learn that I had to learn as well, okay? Things here legally do not move like they do in the United States of America.
Has purchased a membership.
Baddie alert! Welcome, Sarah. I don't think a cease and desist is a thing here, but like I said, anybody can issue a civil suit, and I do believe that she is trying to explore her options and possibly prepare a civil lawsuit against me for the series. Carlos doesn't have shit. Carlos, honestly, go fucking luck. But yeah, he's running around PV meeting with attorneys for Candice, and I did give this clue to them. I said last week she's going to have to be in PV to sue me.
AnniGRC 1974 sent $1.99 cheese Maybachs.
Thank you, Connie. Shout out to you. Well, they can't get me deported. She did not reach out to me. Okay, see, that's good to know. Thank you, Saida. So Saida's in here. So Saida, although she did follow her and subscribe to her silently, I guess. I don't think I've ever seen her engage in your content either. Has she, Saida? So she didn't reach out to her privately the way that she reached out to everybody else. All the men. And that's just really interesting to me. Why not the women? She reached out to Cisco privately, Rafa privately, Carlos privately, even fucking Michael Created from Play with Godman privately and mentioned me. So I have receipts for at least 4 male creators that she has reached out to privately in response to me publicly working with them. She did follow Saida and subscribe to her content, but never engaged with her.
Yoli Leva sent $1.99 cheese Maybachs. We are just getting started.
Thank you, Yoli. We just want Candice back if she plans to pay her PPP loans. Probably not. Probably not. So yeah, class action lawsuit. I do think it'll be interesting to see, I'm already preparing for it. I always prepare for the worst, y'all. Obviously, it would kind of suck to get sued if I'm being honest. But it'd just be otra rayita al tigre. Otra rayita al tigre. I would have to, defend myself and invest into another attorney to take on this case. So it would definitely be another learning experience, another class project that we would go in on. I just find it I very much expected this type of response. Absolutely. If we were in the US of A, she would have already tried to get a restraining order on me. Okay, it doesn't work that way here. It's not that simple here. Laws are set up very differently. She cannot abuse the system here as easily as she abused it in the United States. She doesn't do a civil lawsuit. She can't even speak the language. That's why she needs Carlos. She can't speak the language. She probably couldn't even explain to an attorney what's going on. That's why she needs Carlos. That's why he's doing her footwork. Very much a Karen response. The same way that we saw her. So she probably realized, okay, I can't do much in the U.S. I can't stop these records from being released in the U.S. We know that she's been trying. So if I can't do anything in the U.S., what can I do here? What can I do here? And I think that's fucking crazy that the PR, bad PR, Candice, because the way I'm gonna light up the fucking headlines if she does anything legally here. Why? Because imagine it. Imagine American content creator sues Mexican content creator in Mexico. I could see it now. There's a lot of the potential that series would have. The potential we would have with that. If you're in the U.S., if I was in the U.S., she would have already handed me over to ICE, bitch. Okay, if this was in the U.S., she would have already sent ICE to my door. We know how she moves because you can't spell Candice without ICE. If we were in the U.S., she would have already sent the police. She would have already sent ICE. She would have already sent her friend judge. Girl, imagine if I was in the U.S. of A right now, and even if she was in the U.S. of A, bitch, she would have already had me deported. She's probably so fucking frustrated right now because she realizes she's not in Kansas anymore. And the system don't work that way in the U.S., in Mexico. She has nobody to send after me here except Carlos. She can't call ICE on speed dial right now. She cannot call the Popo. She cannot call 911. Oh, I'd definitely be on her list of deportees. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm really curious to get that police report, y'all. Really curious. Marta S. Bestie, thank you so much from Top Cheek for Research Lawsuit Fund. Thank you so much, Marta. Shout out to you. Thank you to all of you helping with legal fees, super chats, research fees, GRAMA requests. So she is, to me, the real Dunsky. So we submitted a GRAMA request on Friday, switching gears a little bit back. I submit the GRAMA request on Friday. I did expedite it, hoping that we get it back sometime this week with at least the context of the police report and why Ortiz was arrested in her apartment, what was said, how did he end up with those charges, how did they find the social security card, did Candice call the cops on him too? And guys, let's talk about this. If the report comes back with everything we're already speculating is in on it, and she also had a hand in his deportation, how are we going to feel about this? What are we going to do with this information? I just feel like I'm sitting on something here. Like, this does not sit well with me. Far beyond, and my frustration is that to the people that haven't been following the series, they don't understand why we're after this information and why this information is so fucking relevant. But how the fuck do you go from weaponizing immigration statuses at your convenience to moving to fucking Mexico where you had them deported to and now being the fucking face of deportation? Oh, the audacity, bitch. I have to reach out to the news that had her when she didn't want to work with you. No, not at all. Not at all. Callie! Thank you so much, besties.
At Callum 721 has just tipped $19.99 through Super Chat. For the continuation of factual information, thumbs up emoji.
Thank you, Callie. Shout out to you. Tracy T just sent a $20 Venmo paying for exhibits. I love that. Thank you, Tracy. Alondra knows she's married to a boy. Who knows? Who knows what Alondra's... Look, Alondra, one thing about Alondra, she's going to stick by her man. She's going to stick by her man. Candice going to stick by her man, as they should. I would not expect anything different of Alondra or, you know, anybody in that situation, especially when he's being publicly put out for this stuff, you know? And mind you, they're both kind of young. No, isn't Alondra like in her 20s or some shit? Bitch, I'm dead, and I... Wait, what happened, Fabi? You're a gifted writer. Not only did she target people to deport them in the U.S., but now she's still targeting... Yes! Can we talk about that? She's still targeting people out here. Except for now it's backwards. And this is why I feel like she's probably super frustrated, because she went from living in the U.S. in a system where she could easily, to her advantage, use that system. Whether it was to claim benefits, whether it was to call the police, whether it was to request a protective order, and nobody ever fucking questioned her. They just gave it to her. They gave her the help. They gave her the relief. They gave her everything. Right now she finds herself in a situation in Mexico where she's probably, and with all rights, probably trying to figure out what type of legal help can I get here for these things that are happening to me, right? Because although my series, in my opinion, is just, you know, criticism, journalism, whatever the fuck you want to call it, she views this series as an attack, as a violation, as an invasion, as I'm doxing at, you know, so she views this series as like something is happening to me. What kind of help can I find out here? And she's probably running into a fucking wall right now if they haven't already figured out what they're up against over here, right? So no, here she can't just quickly call ICE on somebody. Here she can't just quickly call 911 to file a report for this. Here they're not going to take her shit serious if and when she presents this fucking lawsuit of this girl's talking about me and saying this and blah 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 blah. Good luck. Good luck. You're up against a very different system here because you're not in Kansas anymore. Anglo people love to sue because it is a tactic to shut someone down. I'm tired of these mugs moving to Mexico and pretending they care about migrants living in the U.S. that are being inspired by Nazis. Yeah, people in the U.S. love to use the court system as a way to intimidate, you know, have some type of control, some type of upper hand. It's very on brand for white people for her to be back here trying to do things legally, reaching out, filing objections. And I mean, that's very... Did we expect anything else out of Candice? No. Does it surprise me she's out here scrambling for how can I sue her? How can I make this stop? How can I object? How can I... No. Candice, we're about done. Just aguanta poquito más. The series has been lit. I pray if I do say so myself. And it just keeps... I honestly thought we were done with this shit. We were getting close to done. And then we came across the fucking Ortiz files. Like, what? Yes. Eso desgracia todo el sistema legal en Mexico. She's going to have to brush up on her Spanish if she wants to consider some type of... yeah. Good luck. Good luck. I couldn't imagine going into this without even really speaking the language. Even Carlos, for him to be out here doing her legwork, he has no idea what he's up against. That man also doesn't understand the legal system, legal verbiage. When he said they were congratulating me for my Spanish, they were setting the stage to charge you with dollar rates. That's what they were fucking doing. I missed the Ortiz info. Oh, you got to catch up. The Ortiz files. It's one of her ex-boyfriends before Fidel that she also allegedly helped deport. So she's had 2 boyfriends that ended up deported at the root of her calling authorities. And we are in the process of obtaining the full file for Ortiz so we can see exactly what she reported and all of that. But I can confirm she was involved. I think that's a fair word to say. She was involved in the deportation of 2 of her boyfriends, one of them being Fidel. She had a boyfriend prior to Fidel that was also deported, and she had an involvement in the arrest. Okay, that is not a coincidence, and that is what we're currently researching, how she went from weaponizing statuses of her boyfriends to now living among the deported and claiming to be an ally. Yeah, we were shocked when we found out on Friday. But yeah, and we've been able to narrow it down with receipts, with all that legal. This is not just me like speculating anymore. If I'm telling you, up until this point, I can confirm she was involved in the deportation of 2 separate men. And when I get the next report back, and I think if we get a 911 call, I think that will probably be the point where I may publicize her 911 calls, if there are similarities in the case. How does she think she can sue you, silence you with actual public information? I mean, any attorney here that she meets with is going to tell her what she wants to hear to take on her case and get some money out of her. If you thought finding good, honest attorneys in the U.S. was a challenge, you're in for a ride in Mexico. Okay, a lot of attorneys here, I lived it myself, and especially when their client's gonna be a white woman from the U.S. or a fucking bocho like Carlos with no knowledge of what they're doing here. Oh, they're gonna take their case, I promise you. They're gonna tell them everything they want to hear. Yeah, we could sue her, we can do this, we can shut her down, we can get her charged. They're gonna tell them everything they need to hear. Absolutely, and they're gonna wax them for thousands of dollars. We need stickers for Yes Master. Annie, I think you're doing a wonderful job. I think you'd be a good detective. Me too, honestly. A lot of this stuff, the series has been like crazy. Look, can we talk about Friday? Friday, I think it's really cool to do this live with you guys so you guys can kind of see how we start piecing things together. Because at first glance, we would have never known that Candice was involved in his arrest, in Ortiz's arrest, if we hadn't had the protective order. Okay, so at first glance, some of these records, you have no idea they're intertwined until Annie comes along and starts piecing dates together. And wait, over here, well then this over here, and then yeah, it's a match. It's a match, okay? And so it's not even like I'm receiving reports that tell us this is what happened. I'm taking bits and pieces from different reports and plugging them together, and we're coming up with our conclusion. Yeah, like her protective order request, at first glance, the only thing that shocked me was like, oh my gosh, and you guys saw it, was that it was her ex-boyfriend and they lived together. Because I'm like, this is a messy ass fucking timeline. Where does this man fit, right? I thought we were just going to be hee-hee-ha-hawing over another boyfriend. But once we started reading it together and like, wait a minute, how the fuck this? Okay, let's go look this up. And then we pull his files. And when we first logged in and we pulled Ortiz's records, we were like, oh, it's just forgery, it's just DUI. It didn't even seem fucking connected until we started reading and the dates and hold on, and we went through the case history. It was crazy how everything linked together, and we were able to determine that she was involved in his arrest too, in the same manner that she was involved in Fidel's. Months ago, there was somebody that reached out to me on Instagram, and I'm trying to find this person. I wasn't able to find the DM, but I think it was a shell account. I don't remember. It was when I had posted, I think, Candice videos. I don't remember exactly when, but somebody reached out to me from Utah that knew her and said something along the lines of, and if you're watching, please send me an email because I want to get a hold of you. I need to interview you. They said something like, oh, you should have seen her when she was here. She was super messy, and now she's rebranded to a mommy vlogger, right? And I remember seeing it. I may even have screenshotted it and sent it to somebody privately, like, right? But it seemed very much just like somebody trying to instigate at the time. And at the time, I didn't have a context of any of this, so I didn't respond because I didn't want to make it just like me pointing fingers and right. I need to now I understand what that person meant by she was so messy and she rebranded to a mommy vlogger. But when she lived in Utah, she was hella messy. And now I understand kind of what they meant. Which, mind you, there's nothing wrong with the fact that Candice dated multiple men, had different baby daddies, was divorced. Like, the girl was messy. Hella messy, right? Some of us have done worse, less, whatever. We're not, like, slut-shaming her or anything like that. We're just shocked at the difference in her real story versus what she sold. That she had been with Fidel since she was 18. They got married, had a baby, and all this happened. When there's like how many? There's four different men now that we've been able to, that have just popped from the divorce to the fucking, who's the pappy? Like, it was messy. It was very messy. It's only been shocking to me because, listen, one thing about Salt Lake City, there's a reason they call it Small Lake City, okay? Everybody's fucking everybody's baby dad. It is such a messy world over in Salt Lake that I see now that Candice was very much on brand with our culture in Salt Lake City, okay? Not what she portrays, that she's this cute little innocent blonde little lady that got married at 18 and she's been with her forever sweetheart having 2 kids. And no, it's crazy. And we haven't, imagine if we found Anthony, right? So there's a few things I'm waiting to hear back on. The GRAMA appeal for the first report, because I'm challenging the redactions that were made in that report, because they retracted context of what happened. I believe because of her objection that she sent, citing privacy concerns, right? And I'm also waiting for the GRAMA request that we just submit on Friday for the arrest records of Mr. Ortiz, because I want to confirm, and I'm certain I'm not wrong, that Candice was a part of that arrest. I need to understand how that man ended up with forgery charges when she reported him for domestic violence. Was Anthony deported as well? Who knows? We don't have a last name on Anthony. He is in the police report. His last name is in the police report, but it was redacted. Yeah. So one thing I am very intrigued about is, where was she finding these men's? How the fuck was Miss Bell Bottoms linking up with these, I don't know even what to call them. It was good, huh? It was good, huh, Fabi? Imagine what we don't know. Imagine what we don't know. How can she sue for records that were accessed legally? So she's not going to sue me in the US of A, where I obtained the records. She would sue me in a Mexican court, likely on invasion of privacy, moral damage, or whatever the fuck. I don't know what they're going to tell her she could do. There's a few things that she could do, that she could try, right? The files being obtained from the US and being public records, of course that's relevant, they're public. But what she's probably going to cite, and again, just speculating, what she would actually have a claim to is some type of invasion of privacy, or moral damage that she's been affected by the series or some shit. Algo así. How can you sue for morals si no tienes? Oh, you go to hell. That you ate with that one. All right, let me see this. Oh, I need to print these. November. Reporte de administración. You can sue for you hurt my feelings. She can get a power trip weaponizing her legal status because I've seen women and men in the U.S. that only date people that don't have papers. I just find it absolutely crazy. Too much of a coincidence that 2 of her undocumented boyfriends were deported. And she was involved in the arrest of both of them. Doesn't she have a degree in criminal justice? No, I don't think she has. Look, I have not been able to confirm she has any type of degree. And we've tried. And tell me, as hard as I've looked for some of these records, is as hard as I've looked for her fucking MBA records, any type of record on commencement ceremonies, there's nothing. I have found nothing. I've even submitted requests to the National Clearinghouse. Nothing. Okay, so I personally have I believe her MBA doesn't exist. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, then maybe she could clear it up. Maybe that will be the one thing I'll be wrong about. And I like to be careful because I've been reporting on everything through public records, and I've been factually just sharing information. This is just my opinion. I don't believe she has any type of degree. Especially since we received a request for a protective order on her ex-boyfriend in 2008. She didn't list a school that she was attending. She did mention in Fidel's 2012 arrest, the police record, that she had class that night. But we don't know if she ever actually graduated. I have not been able to find anything. And I just think, for as much as I've been able to find, if she had actually attended somewhere, I just feel like I would have found something. A commencement ceremony. I mean, a picture. I mean, why hasn't she ever shared, graduation pics or ever talked about how she was able to obtain a degree if her life was so chaotic at the time. Hella chaotic. She was, involved with all these men, popping out babies, trying to get divorced. That man's getting deported. It just seems really crazy. Like, congrats to her if she was able to obtain it in the middle of all of that. But also, in her financial declaration for her divorce in 2012, she doesn't mention any educational expense. You remember we went through her financial declaration that she filed in her divorce in March of 2012, and there was no mention of financial expenses for education. And perhaps that may mean that the government was paying for her education as well, but she didn't even list like books. She didn't list anything. In fact, let's bring it up again. Let's bring up the financial declaration. So these are things that I was thinking about over the weekend. Like, hey, wait a minute. Also, we gotta take a quick break here soon for potty.
At Lure 450 cent $5 cheese Maybox. Carlos and Kendall Iarias AS Tan Kikondo LOL.
Yeah, I do think it's she probably did have financial aid, but don't you think she would list something about being in school? So, because look, she was trying to obtain a financial waiver from the courts for her divorce, right? So this is where you're going to list any expense possible that can help you prove that you're too broke to pay for your own divorce. This was in 2012, right? She didn't list any expense for education. here is where it would have been. And it doesn't have to be tuition, but I don't know, books, lodging, gas, algo. I feel like if I was her filing for divorce, asking for a fee waiver, and I'm also a full-time student or part-time, I'm going to list something related to my schooling so that the judge will have more mercy on me and approve my fee waiver, so that the judge could look at this and say, oh, she's a full-time single mom, she's also enrolled in school, okay, yeah, she can afford to pay. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm really beginning to even doubt that she was ever fucking enrolled or graduated. Because when the fuck did you have time, Candice, with all these men's and to get to school, and then the baby and the deportation and the MBA, and like when? Where? How? Tell us so that we could do the same thing. Because damn, bitch. Exactly. I would claim that I'm going to school. You would claim something. Don't you think you would claim something? And mind you, this is in 2012. So she would have at least needed to be enrolled into a bachelor program, because she mentions that she obtained her MBA in February of 2017. That's what she told Fidel's sentencing judge, right? And mind you, she told the judges that thanks to him, he was able to go to school. If it wasn't for Fidel, she would have never been able to get her degrees. But she also told her divorce judge that she's not getting no fucking child support and that she's doing everything on her own. So something's not adding up. But I just feel like this is where she would have listed some type of educational expense, even if she was on financial aid, even if, because this is where you want to like exaggerate your expenses. And we know she did that. We know she was good. She was good at exaggerating or minimizing depending on the benefit she was trying to achieve. So here in this financial declaration, she's trying to prove to the court that she is too poor to pay $300 for a divorce fee. So I just feel, and right, remember, she even listed her donation amount. She went as far as to list that she donated $4 every month to some organization. She listed the donation, but she didn't list $20 a month in internet fees so I can study or something. You see what I'm getting at? Dependents. Where did the donations go? Girl, income tax. I don't remember. Anyway, so because of this research, I think that's why she does. Based if my calculations are correct, that bitch will have no fucking MBA. If my calculations are correct, I don't think there's a degree there anywhere. And why would she lie about a degree? Status. As a way to deceive people into them thinking, well, she's done all of this. She's been able to afford all of this because she works with her MBA, which is why she's mentioned that fucking MBA more than she's ever mentioned like how much she loves Fidel or anything. Like, I don't. And here's another thing that I think is weird, okay? That she has sold this love story, right? Her entire platform is based on this love story. But we never see no fucking acts of love between them. I've never seen any affection between those two. I've never seen any like, oh, he brought me flowers. Oh, we celebrated our... None of that. And I understand that not everybody shares stuff on their relationship, but her platform is built on their relationship. So why the fuck don't we ever see no fucking love? Isn't that weird? Like, there's a lot of things missing that I'm like, I don't know. Something feels funky here. If she disclosed loans and grants, it could be thousands. That information would jeopardize. What if she's still in school? She might still be in school. What if she didn't graduate in 2017? What if she's actively enrolled in an MBA and she's just telling you she has an MBA, but she's in the process of obtaining one, and she's still obtaining grants and scholarships and shit like that, and that's why she travels back? I know that's just a speculation as well, but there's so many things here. Fidel loves her. Love to her is implanted in their baby. Well, we did read a interview that he gave in the beginning where he said, when she got pregnant with my second baby, that's when I realized she really loved me. So Fidel does, I think, interpret her willingness to carry his child as an act of love. Absolutely. Because he specifically said after she got pregnant with the second baby, that's when he knew she really loved him, which I thought that was very interesting. Very interesting. Why at the second baby, not the first baby? Fidel didn't think she was going to stay in Mexico. He didn't believe she was going to move down. she was pretty much like proving herself to him. She gets locked up with the second baby, and he does an interview and he tells people, that's when I knew she really loved me, was when she got pregnant with the second one. That's interesting. Why didn't you think she loved you when she moved down to Mexico for you? That's the way the story's been sold, that she came all the way down here and blah, blah, blah. But why did it take getting knocked up with the second baby for you to acknowledge that the woman loved you? He had that's not the first. Well, no, because let me tell you, here's why I think. Because all that shit she did to him when they lived in Salt Lake. Why did he question her love despite her moving down here? Moving down here was part of her trying to prove herself to him again after all the fuckery she was lighting up in Salt Lake City. And the fact that she was also the root of why he got deported in 2012. That's what I believe. That is my personal speculation and opinion on why he made that statement that then I realized she really loved me, because that bitch was trying to make up for all the shit she did in Salt Lake City. Yeah. Maybe the first baby was an accident. Maybe, probably, honestly. But even then, I think based on the history and the context that we have of the timeline, it makes more sense now, his statement of like this, when she got pregnant with the second baby, that's when I realized she loved me, because with the first one she was doing all this crazy shit. She was out there throwing the cat, she was out there calling the popo on me, she was out there sending witness statements. You know what I'm saying? I also believe that her moving to Mexico was not an act of love. It was an act of, she had burned so many bridges in Salt Lake City, including with her family, that she decided to take off to Mexico. I don't believe her move to Mexico was a calculated, organized, I'm moving to Mexico to keep my family together. It was very much an act on impulse and rooted in her own personal decisions, where she was burning bridges left and fucking right. With her family, with her friends, with her boyfriends, with the fucking police departments, with the courts. That girl was busy. That girl was busy. Why would she move to Mexico immediately after obtaining her MBA? That would make no sense. Allegedly. Maybe she considers herself deported to make it up to Fidel. She appropriates his deportation, absolutely. Aren't graduations in May or June? How did she finish in February? I don't know, but she told the judge she was finishing in February of 2017. Can we take a quick potty break? Quick potty break. Fill up your coffee, get your drinks, get your snacks. We'll be back in 2 seconds. Well, like 2 minutes, yeah? Okay, BRB. And I'm gonna pause you over here on TikTok for a second. Welcome back, besties. Okay, that was a good, you guys, we have 10 minutes left until my 2-hour mark. It's gonna be that time soon. We're gonna cap this live at 2 hours this time, unless we get into something crazy. All right, I just want to give a quick shout out to all of my gifters, tippers, Venmoers, super chatters that have sent in for today's live stream. I appreciate you guys wholeheartedly. For those of you that may just be joining, there is a pinned comment in the chat that will link you to our membership page if you would like to become a baddie, which will give you access to all of the receipts, police reports, and a lot of behind the scenes content in several series, not just Candice's. And there's also a tip in the pinned comment, or a link in the pinned comment to the tip line. Huge shout out to all of you guys that have sent in tips, alerts, TTS. Thank you so much. All right. Did you address the new info that we got? So what I got this morning was the Ortiz booking sheets. Let me pull them up really quick. And this really just confirms that the mugshots that we saw on Friday are him. TikTok, you're really gonna ding me for taking a break? God, ridiculous. Anyway, and that's why we're not even over there no more. Ortiz booking sheets. Where is it? Where is it? 90-day waiver. So the booking sheets did confirm that there was an ICE hold placed on him in 2010, which really was the only relevant info that we didn't already have. So booking sheet. Okay, so first I'm going to show you guys the booking sheet for the arrest when he was arrested at her house on January 4th, and this is the one that we're waiting on a GRAMA request from. Let me put this over here. So when he was arrested, wait, no, sorry, over here, right here. Okay. So when he was arrested at Candelaria's house, he was charged with 1 count of forged writing or device for writing possession of. We know that later in his plea deal, he admitted to being in possession of a social security card that he knew was forged. Okay, this tells us that he was arrested at 12 p.m. No, sorry. Yes, he was arrested at 12 p.m. and he was booked at 3:45 p.m. So this altercation at her house was pretty early. What was the 4th in 2008? Let me see what day of the week that was. Gotta go hella back. 2008. Not 1947. January 4th, 2008. Day was, sorry, it's loading. Can you check if she received FAFSA? I don't think so, but it was a Friday. Okay. Friday, ain't got no job, ain't got no car. So on Friday, January 4th, 2008, he's arrested at her house at 12 p.m. Is she not employed either on a Friday? Apparently not. All right, and it just tells us his charge. His bail amount was $5,000. Shut up! Hey, quit it. Yeah, okay. So then we know that, giving you a quick rundown of this case. So he's arrested at her house on January 4, 2008. He's booked in on the 4th, and he's released on pretrial services on the 9th. Okay, a month later, she files a request for a protective order, citing what happened in this arrest. She tells them that he had broken down her door, broke her cell phone, The police was called and they arrested him, but they didn't arrest him for the damages to her door, what she claimed would be a domestic violence incident. They arrested him for possession of a forged device, which we later found out through the court records that it was a fake social security card that he was arrested with at her house. Okay. The protective order is granted for like a month and a half, but she is not able to serve him, and eventually she just doesn't show up to court and it gets dismissed. He then disappears until 2010. He catches a new charge. He is arrested on a DUI, open container, concealed weapon, false info to police officer, drug paraphernalia, no insurance. He's also booked on that warrant for that case with Candice that he went AWOL on. He's booked for no insurance, no driver's license, and then right here, it tells you that they placed an ICE hold on him as soon as he's booked into Salt Lake County Jail. Now, he was booked on October 30th of 2010. Okay, Candice has had her baby since. She's now in some type of relationship with Fidel because her first baby was born in 2009. He ends up getting deported in November of 2010, this same year. So once he's booked, he pleads guilty to this charge that he caught at Candice's house, and he admits that he was in possession of a forged device, which was the social security card. And part of his plea deal was to plead guilty and self-deport or be handed over to ICE. So eventually that is exactly what happens on November 30th. Approximately late November or early December, Mr. Ortiz gets deported to Mexico. Okay, and then he's never heard from again in the Utah court system. So I don't know if he stayed in Mexico. I don't know if he came back and went living to a different state. We don't know what happened to Carlos Ortiz after he got deported, but his deportation was part of the plea deal for the charge that he caught at Candice's house. And that is very interesting to us. So we are waiting for that police report so we can see exactly what happened, because she claimed in her request for a protective order that he was pretty much DVing, right? Like it was a domestic violence incident where he was trying to break down her door. He broke her phone, all these crazy things. But then why would the police department arrest him for that fake social security card and not domestic violence or criminal mischief, right? How does a social security card tie in to that incident when she just reported that it was pretty much a DV? So that was what we uncovered on Friday. Carlos Ortiz's mugshot is on my YouTube. We've shown it on both lives. Friday, friends. No proof of what? Her allegations? Well, her request for a protective order doesn't include any proof or exhibits. Usually people that file protective orders, it is customary to include screenshots, pictures, evidence of the events that you're claiming. The Taylor Frankie Paul case is a very good example. Both her and Dakota filed for protective orders, and they included a bunch of text messages so they could show the judge what happened, right? Her protective order doesn't include anything, just what she said. They took her word for it. And what she said contradicted arrest records, mind you. She said that he did all these things to her, but the arrest records only list that he was charged with possessing a fake social security card. When he gets out of jail, she reports in her request for protective order that the same day he bailed out of jail, he went to her house and told her that she owed him money, and that supposedly he threatened her, and this is why Candice went to get a protective order, mind you, a whole month later. So it makes me suspect that she had something to do with his arrest. She wasn't counting on him getting bonded out. As soon as he bonds out, he goes back to her house and says, "You owe me this," or who knows what he said to her. And then that's when Candice gets scared and goes to get a protective order. Not after the event happened where he allegedly almost broke down her door and did all these things. She goes after he gets out of jail on that forgery charge. Guys, we've been so wrapped up in the tea, I haven't even had my breakfast. I always bring my puppies in here around noon because it gets hot outside. They go straight to sleep with the AC. Please toast that. It's a little bit toasted. I suspect she ratted him out. She told the cop he's not even his real name. Remember that in the 911 call for Fidel, she did snitch on him and told the operator his real name is this, but he goes by this. I suspect she did the same shit with Ortiz. When the cop showed up and she told him his real name is this, but he uses this identity. Look, he even has a social security card on him with that name. Promise you that's what happened. Something along those lines. And because of that, he got charged with forgery. Sorry guys, I hate eating on live, but what do you guys think? What do you think is going to come up in that police report? Man, do you think she's going to object to that one too? Was she selling social security cards? Or was he? There was some type of transaction there that went wrong, in my opinion. Which would make sense when she told the court he got out of jail, he called me outside my apartment and said I owed him money. Why did he say she owed him money? We haven't found Ortiz. We don't know where he is. He might even be in Mexico, because he did get deported in 2010. And if he went back to the States, I don't think he went back to Utah. And if he did, he went back on a different identity. My question is, why are you doing all these videos? Martha, my question is, why are you in this chat? If you don't know why we're doing these videos, you shouldn't be here. Nope. We're not dealing with you. We don't have time to explain. If you weren't here for the previous class, you can't be here for this one. I think que los men son bien mensos thinking that Laguerita would be their ticket to papers. Yes. I do think both relationships, both Ortiz and Fidel, had that in mind when they started dating her. I'm sorry, but she does not, I don't think these men would have dated Candice if there wasn't an incentive of, oh, maybe I could get papers out of her. Both of them were undocumented, be so for real. Fidel straight up told us she wasn't his type. Look at Ortiz. Does Ortiz look like he would be dating Miss Bell Bottoms? Be so for real. In what world did they even fucking meet? They had nothing in common. I mean, personally, I don't think she's super pretty. I'm sure she's pretty to somebody. But she's not what I think those type, like, hella Mexican men would be attracted to unless, and we know it's a thing. Men go to the States and they're looking for their ticket to papers. Like, that's very much a thing. There's a reason why people make so many jokes about it and they imply it so much. And they've even said that to her on her channel. And she's very insecure. I think they showed her attention because they wanted those papeles. But they got that deportation instead. They dated this girl thinking maybe it could get papers. And they got no papers. They got the papers. They got papers to send them back to Mexico is what they are. Read to somebody? No, I say that all the time. We're all ugly to somebody, including me. And I'm sure she's pretty to somebody too. I don't mean that fucked up, but that is the truth. What I perceive as beautiful is not what somebody else perceives as beautiful. What I perceive as attractive is not why look at Fidel. She thinks she loves her husband. She thinks he's the amazing and the bomb.com and so attractive. Most of us would not perceive Fidel as attractive. So I'm trying to say is we all have different standards of what we consider beautiful, attractive, dateable, fuckable. Me personally, and knowing how Latinos are built and minded, I don't think she was their type. Right? Still don't think. Right, we're all good looking, or we're all cute or pretty to somebody. All of us. That's not me trying to say she's an ugly bitch or this and that. That's just me saying everyone's beauty standards are different, and they also have to do with where we come from culturally. Right? So, what a white man considers beautiful is not going to be what a Mexican man considers beautiful and attractive and all that shit, you know? That's the front. Fidel's waiting for his legal status. He ain't getting it thanks to Candice. Okay, look. The reason Candice married him, in my opinion, in 2016, right? This was before she knew he was going to get deported again. She was trying to, that was her lifeline to try to save him. Because she knew she's the reason he got placed in deportation proceedings in 2012. So I think that's also misleading. That's an important part of the story she leaves out. That, you know, she married him because she got him there. So she was trying to give him that little lifeline. A homely kind of gal, if you will. That was cute over there. Fidel won the lottery. Okay? Look at him. That man is living large. He may have suffered a little bit. He may have had to serve some prison time, some jail time, but look at him now. He was a smart man. He's locked in. He's good for life. Bestie hella random, but I watched her juvie and wilderness camp video. It was sad. Aw, thank you, Bestie. I need to go back and refine some of those. Sorry, guys. I skipped breakfast for this tea. She could have married a cousin in Utah. She probably did. Ferguson was probably like a third cousin or something. Ava just Venmoed me $5 for more cream cheese. Thank you, Ava. I'm so sorry, Rubia. I know. I hate chewing too. I'm so sorry. I hate it too. Let me try to hurry. Okay. Fidel speaks in tongues. Let me tell you why. Fidel Spanish is difficult to understand because his lineage ties back to Mexican dialects, okay? He comes from his town, era un pueblo originario. They didn't speak Spanish there. What they spoke was dialects. Eventually, they had to learn Spanish because they were colonized. His accent, or the reason why people find it so difficult to understand him, you can pick up the dialect in his Spanish. That is, I was thinking about the other day because I'm like, why is it so hard to understand? It reminds me of when I go to Cancun and los de Mérida, the locals from there, son I don't remember where they're from, but they have like different dialects as well, right? They also speak Spanish, but they speak their dialects as well at home. So when they speak Spanish, you can pick up that dialect accent. I don't think Fidel speaks a dialect, but you can tell that his Spanish has been taught through somebody that did. That's why he speaks like that. I'm trying to hurry and chew, sorry. Look Mayans. Yes, if you've ever traveled to Cancun, the locals, the taxi drivers, their Spanish is kind of like Fidel's. It's fast, and you can pick up, you know, that there's an underlying dialect there. That's why he speaks like that. Because he's you know, he's from his peoples eran pues indígenas. I don't think it's entirely lack of education. We know he doesn't have an informal education. But Yucateco, yes, that, thank you. Again, I think it has to do with the dialects that probably still exist in that town to some degree. Yeah, and there's no shame in it. It's just, it's hard to comprehend, especially as a Mexican American. If you're used to slow, you know, Pocho Spanish, his Spanish is very fast and like not a lot of enunciation. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm almost done. Bessie, that didn't want to hear me chew. I'm almost done. Who owns that house? I believe his mom. From the information that's been shared, the land belongs to the mom. That just means she has a certificate of usage. The land doesn't actually belong to the mom. The land belongs to an ejido. It's very possible that the mom has rights of usage to that land, but she doesn't own it. We've looked up public records in their ejido, and there has been no process for any piece of land to become private property. So the land she's building her home on belongs to el ejido. Possible that the mom, in a best case scenario, the mom has a certificate of usage, so she's allowed them to use it. She may have sold rights to them, but it doesn't belong to them. Guarantee you. Ask her about her escrituras. Ask her about the process of buying. Ask her what a foreigner would need to do to buy the land. Ask her what it's like to buy from an ejido. If, according to her, they actually own it, she would be able to talk to you about the entire lengthy legal process to make property that belongs to an ejido private and then purchase it, and then the process of getting escrituras and all of that. I promise you she can't tell you that because she hasn't gone through it. That means she doesn't own her home. Okay guys, I'm done with my bagel. That's one of the things, you should never build on land that doesn't belong to you. A lot of people don't have the education, don't understand how land ownership works in an ejido. A lot of people think that with the certificate of usage, that means you own the land. No, it doesn't. It means that the ejido has given you a contract, if you will, and has given you the right to use the land. That could be to crop it. It could be to build.
If baby girl Lisa got her Nigerian prince, Candy Liar got her Mexican macho.
Thank you so much, bestie. Shout out to you for the tip. What percentage of her earnings do you think go to the house? I have no idea. I have no idea what her financial declaration would look like in current date. I just know she went from a welfare queen to a queen of the White House. Does that mean that the city can take the house for them? No, because the land doesn't belong to the city or the government. The land belongs to the ejido. So it doesn't belong to the government. The government has no claim right. Their laws do not apply to that piece of land. It's similar to a reservation. So the only people that could take the house or the land is the ejido, because it belongs to them. I'm certain she has no real education of how any of that works. most people that have lived here don't even know how that works. Like, I know this because I went to school for it. This last quarter, I was studying Derecho Agrario, which covers the laws that govern these lands. Native Rain, thank you so much for gifting a membership. That's like Native Ground. Similar. But yeah, so I'm certain she has no fucking idea. Again, prove me wrong, but ask her as a genuine viewer that wants to have some education on how to buy land in an ejido. Ask her if she even knows it's an ejido. Ask her to talk about the process. Ask her about her escrituras, if she has them, and how much did you have to pay, and where did you go, and how have you gotten escrituras for a house that's in the process of being built? Did you get them now? Did you get them after? Well, how does it work? How do you prove you own this house if when you bought the land, the house didn't exist? Ask her about all those things. She won't be able to tell you. Ejido means kind of like a reservation. It belongs to, Ejido is a community. It's an indigenous community, and the land belongs to that community. Does that mean no permits are needed on that build? That, I don't know. I don't know because she does need it, yes. Yes and no. I don't think they need permits from the city because city laws don't govern that land. What she needs permits from is the ejido. The ejido has yearly meetings, which is like an HOA, similar. It's very similar to an HOA setup. They have yearly meetings where the ejido decides what to do with the land. If there's somebody that's asking for permission to use this land to crop this, to crop that. So if they went through the correct procedures, they would have had to ask the ejido for permission to build their house, and they would have had to vote and approve it. She should be able to give you a story time of all of this if she went through the proper channels to get the proper, permissions and all of this. If the mother, let's say the mom, prior to Candice and Fidel arriving, had a certificate of usage, which is customary, which is the ejido gives other owners, other ejidatarios is what they're called, a certificate of usage for a piece of land. In this case, we know that his family used to crop that land, correct? Yes. So it's a safe assumption to say that his mother had obtained a certificate of usage to crop the land. Somewhere in that, she decided to give part of that land or sell part of that land, sell part of the rights of that land to Fidel and Candice to build their home. If she didn't get permission from the assembly, from the ejidos to do that, there is a risk to what they're doing because the ejido has to approve that land can be used to build when it was originally given to the mom to crop. See what I'm saying? So Candice made a video at some point where she said that they bought the land from the mother and they even paid her above market value. There's no way this could have happened because the land is not public property. We researched public records in that ejido. Nothing exists. So that tells me that land still belongs to the ejido and the mom likely just has a certificate of usage that she was given to crop the land. And somewhere in between that, Candice claims that she made a payment to the mom to be able to build there. But the mom is not the one that had the right to give the permission to build. The ejido did. And that is how it works. As far as permits from el municipio, like the city, you need permits from the municipio, but like you mentioned, people you didn't go there. Yeah. So I wouldn't be able to tell you with the certainty if she does or doesn't need permits from the city. But I know that she needs at least permission from the ejido to build on the land that was originally meant for cropping. Yes, and it can be divided between multiple relatives. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Fidel. Maybe yes, but legally speaking, they run a risk if they didn't go through the proper channel. So it's misleading for her to say she bought the land. It's misleading for her to present it like, yeah, if we bought it, we paid even more than it's worth, and now we're building a house, because the land doesn't actually belong to anybody. It belongs to the community. It's a misleading statement for her to say they own the land, that they bought it. The ejido at any time can take the land back. because pretty much what the ejido does, it's like you enter into a contract with them. So rights of usage, which is como una constancia es una constancia where pretty much the ejido gives you permission to use the land for this amount of years, let's say for 30 years to crop. So you enter into a contract with the ejido, right? If at any point the person that entered the contract violates it and they're using it for something else, or the ejido wants it back for common usage, they can revoke the contract and take the land back. So be very careful when buying land on ejido. In summary, there's a lot of here in Vallarta. There's a lot of ejidos that are selling land. Be very, very careful when buying, because if it hasn't gone through the proper channels, you might be purchasing land that the person doesn't even have the right to sell. All right, besties, it's 1 p.m. We're going on a 2.5 hour live. I think this is a good place to bookmark to go. That's why he's always planting crops. Yes, likely because the original agreement, or probably the only agreement that exists from the ejido, is that the land would be used to crop. And what happens if there's a divorce? That's a very good point. If there's a divorce, she probably thinks she has a right to claim it. Whoever owns the land will own the home. That simple. She probably won't have a claim to it. The ejido is very similar to an HOA setup. Right, the community members and family have priority. So the house likely, yeah, it's a safe assumption to say that the house belongs to an ejido. Because remember, we did, in one of the videos, we did do a search for public records in that ejido. And if any piece of land had gone through the legal process to become public property to be able to be sold off, it would be in the public records. And there's not anything. No piece of land in that area, in that ejido, has ever gone through the legal process to become public property. So that tells me that all the land there, including theirs, still belongs to the ejido. The reason why these ejidos exist, it was part of a reform after the Mexican Revolution. But in summary, it's so that land can serve the community. It belongs to the community. It doesn't belong to the government. It doesn't belong to any individual. It belongs to the community for the use of the community, which is why a lot of these pieces of lands are croplands. They're used to crop food for those communities. They're used to, raise animals, whatever. Agriculture. The main point of those, pieces of land that have been sectored off by the government is so that those small indigenous communities have land to put, to feed them, to house them, to all those things. So that's why when we discovered it, that's why we made such a stink about it. That how ironic that land that was meant for this community is being colonized by this white American, and she's building this the biggest house in the area. That is ironic. And even more is that social media is clapping for it and glorifying it and glamorizing it, but it's really a case of modern day colonization, where that land used to belong to the community. And even if it's just a small portion, but that's how it starts. One person does it, then more people are going to come and do it, because you think her house is going to be the only one in those fields forever. What that's going to do is attract other people to build there. And those lands were being used to crop for the community. I think as long as they live there, he has to continue working on the crops. Right. I told my friend about it. She's like, that old white lady who speaks Spanish. The crops and animals they have is to justify to the ejido they have a right to be there. The crops and animals is part of the contract. So the original contract and the original rights of usage likely just states it's for cropping. Now that they're building on it, they can't just stop cropping, where it would probably call the attention. And those are just my speculations. I haven't seen anything in concrete that I could tell you. But yeah, there's a reason why they have to keep cropping. The contract with that ejido is that those lands are for cropping. But they could definitely pull a land back on them. Absolutely. Absolutely. If you have enough money, you can buy the ejido people to get it converted to private property. It can be done, but it's absolutely. But it hasn't been done. We've looked it up through public records. There is a process for land in an ejido to become public property and be sold off to regular people like any other commercial real estate. And so you can have escrituras that the land belongs to an individual. We've talked about that. It is possible, but I can tell you that that hasn't been done in this case. There's no piece of land. It's uncommon that people actually go through the process. It is culturally common that people just settle for a rights of usage certificate for 30 years. And then they settle with that. But that doesn't mean they own the land. That still means that it belongs to the ejido, but they're giving you permission to use the land. So a lot of people will settle for that and think that that means they own it. You don't own it. They're just giving you permission to use the land. So in her case, it's the same concept. So there is a process to it. It's long, it's expensive, it's a court case. Most people don't have the education or the resources, especially in a town that small, to do it. So most people just go through the certificate of usage that they get from the ejido. White folks are great at PR. I think one thing we have learned about this story is white people's skill in being able to market, to glamorize, right? To downplay. Like, her marketing is top tier. She's done such a good job of it that not only is she, exploiting and colonizing, she's getting the locals to clap for her while she's doing it. Think about the level of manipulation that takes. Think about the level of skill that takes, that for years she has managed to manipulate and gaslight millions of people to such a degree that people are clapping for her modern day colonization, exploitation, all that shit. Clapping for it. But if this was dropped into the right audience, drop the story into a Mexican audience from Mexico City, the people that are protesting against gentrification. Drop the story into one of their FYPs and see how they respond to it. There's a reason why her audience is predominantly US based. The majority of her audience are Mexican Americans living in the US that have such a disconnect with reality here in Mexico, which is to them it's so, oh wow, but drop that shit into a Mexican here, they're gonna see that shit completely different. Has she mentioned where she lives? She's just at Puebla, but we found the town. Somebody found the town based off of her YouTube videos and landmarks and shit like that. The ones you see clapping are Mexican Americans or Americans. The majority of them. It's why she doesn't make content in Spanish. I'm also surprised at the amount of people, Elizabeth, thank you so much, the amount of people that will demand Mexican creators to speak Spanish. You know how many times people tell me, why don't you speak Spanish? Why don't you speak Spanish? You're in Mexico. Speak Spanish, you're in Mexico. Right? They demand Mexican Americans to speak Spanish through their content. But her content is all English. And I've never really seen anybody giving her that amount of slack of why don't you do content in Spanish? You live in Mexico. You're building a house in Mexico. You're profiting off the Mexican culture. Why don't you do content in Spanish? Oh, that's right. You don't speak Spanish, like Ash Trevino said. Oh, my bad. You don't speak Spanish. Colonizer doing what colonizers do best. The amount of vlogs she's made on bringing down American customs, Easter, Halloween, fucking Santa Claus, all those American traditions she's bringing into a tiny little rural town, and nobody sees what's wrong with that. Like, why isn't she instead participating in Mexican cultures during those times of the year? Easter is not about fucking bunnies here. That fucking egg hunt she did, be so for real. The Halloween bullshit, like every American tradition. The Thanksgiving, why the fuck were people clapping for her Thanksgiving get together? Why was the news glazing that shit? You have a white woman bringing down American customs traditions to a tiny little rural town, and she's got them so fucking brainwashed that we're clapping for it. It's modern day colonization. And you're gonna tell her what a good job she's done moving to Mexico and assimilate. That bitch hasn't assimilated shit. She's making the town assimilate to her. The gingerbread houses. All those things are American customs and traditions from American holidays that she's bringing down into that tiny little town. We don't do... The places that do Halloween are like... Puerto Vallarta does it. I don't participate in it. You don't see my kids dressing like... I have forced my kids to transition, and trust me, my kids ask about it still. But I remind them, we live in Mexico now. We do Dia de Muertos. This year, they said they wanted to celebrate. Can we do Easter egg hunts? If you want to celebrate Easter, I'll take you to church. Easter's about Jesus. Sorry, we got to adapt. We're no longer in America where we're going to be, where holidays are about consumerism and spending and this and that. There's real traditions here for these holidays, and they're not fucking bunnies. They're not fucking gingerbread houses. They're not fucking jack-o'-lanterns. They're not fucking turkeys. All that shit she's bringing down here is American customs. Why the fuck are we celebrating Thanksgiving in a tiny rural town? And mind you, she didn't celebrate the Thanksgiving with the locals. What did she do? She brought in other foreigners to that tiny little town to celebrate Thanksgiving. And the news station, mind you. Ask yourself, why didn't she invite the locals to that Thanksgiving dinner? Think about that. Why did she not celebrate Thanksgiving with her local friends, with her comadres that she talks about in her news articles? She brought in other foreigners from other parts of Mexico, or maybe not foreigners, because some of them were deported Mexicans, but the majority of them were other foreigners. The fucking sister, she flew down her white sister who voted for Trump to get in front of the cameras for CNN and cry about how hard deportation's been on her as they celebrated Thanksgiving. Bitch, what the fuck the audacity you bitches have to come down here with that bullshit? And she's gonna do it again. I think she's done it yearly. Every year she talks about how she celebrates Thanksgiving because blah, 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 blah. Bitch, go home for Thanksgiving, Candice. Why don't she go home for Thanksgiving? She can. Why the fuck she gotta bring it down here? She does these little Thanksgiving, and in the fucking news article she was all crying and shit. Take your ass home for Thanksgiving, bitch. Home for the home for the holidays. That's a privilege you have as an American citizen. Fly that ass home. Lots of turkey over there. But no, we're going to bring it here to us because we're going to make this town assimilate to our culture now that we're here. That's what that's giving. They cry and she's not even the one that got deported. And that's what I'm talking about. The appropriation of the trauma. She's appropriated Fidel's deportation story. You would swear Candice was the one that got fucking deported. For as much crying as she does about his fucking story, Fidel's over it. That motherfucker's over it, living the good life. What she's doing is cultural appropriation. Trauma appropriation. Mind you, she can go back any fucking day she wants. She can fly home for Thanksgiving. She can fly home for fucking Christmas. She can fly home for fucking Easter. She can fly home for fucking PPP loans. She can fly home to cash in on financial aid. She can fly home to pick up her tax refund. The bitch can fly home every other day if she wanted to. But she has the nerve to get in front of the fucking CNN and cry about how hard deportation has been on her. Oh, okay. Her kids don't speak much Spanish. If you notice her videos, she talks to her kids in English. Her kids' primary language seems to be English. I think the oldest had made some videos too, how he struggled to talk to his friends because most of them only speak Spanish. Again, we're gonna make them assimilate to us type shit. She was doing to locals what the Pilgrims did to the Native Americans. Yeah, and now think about how that story ended. And in most stories of both that's how we lost Texas. That's how we lost Texas and the majority of our territory, because at one point we opened the door to the colonizers. We opened the door. We trusted them. We made treaties with them. Eventually they violated and they took all our shit. That's how they colonized the United States. The natives how do you think they ended up in fucking reservations? They came, they made agreements, they violated them, and they took all their shit. So historically, white people have always been invited in and taken all the space, taken much more than they were supposed to take. And that's exactly what's happened. She's so privileged, she doesn't even fucking realize it. Saida made a really good statement in her video that we played at the beginning of the live, where she said, ask yourself why you're allowed to take up so much space, Candice. She takes up so much fucking space in this niche. Ask yourself why. Because historically, that's what white people know how to fucking do. You invite them in, and they want all of it. They gotta be the face of it. I gotta be tengo que ser la portada. There's a reason why in all these interviews that she's in, she's the first one, she's the biggest one, and there's the biggest focus on her story. Her lineage goes back down so far to colonization, to the Mormon militia, to the fucking Brigham Young colonizers. Her fucking ancestors, whatever the fuck, they fought in the Mexican-American War, aka invasion. Okay? She is so wired into that right-wing ideology, mind you, and with her white privilege that she doesn't even notice it. It's so normal to her. Coming into Mexico and taking up this much fucking space in this niche is what's normal to her. She doesn't see nothing wrong with her being the cover. Sees nothing wrong with making the news station cut Mexican creators so she can be first. Sees nothing wrong with her being the director of these smaller creators for podcasts and get together and news stories. She sees nothing wrong with that, because that's all her ancestors have been fucking doing, is colonizing and taking up all that space when they're invited in. Because Candice has been invited in. She has been welcomed. Mexico has given her a place to have her family together. But Mexico is not her country. I'm sorry, but those are some hard facts. As much as whether she has residency, even if she gets citizenship, even if she goes through all the proper channels, this is not her country. She will always be a guest here. All she knows how to do is take up the space. It's mine. It's mine now. You see, it's that same behavior, and it's what makes her so dangerous. And her refusal to acknowledge it is what lets you know she's not an ally. She's here to take. She's here to take all the space she can. The same way they took Texas, the same way they took for the natives. That is how they're literally raised. It's an expectation. It's this is mine now. Why do you think she's back there trying to sue? Oh no, not my brand, blah, blah, blah. Why do you think she's back there putting creators in her pocket? Right? She thinks this is her space now. She owns this shit. She built this shit. She's Laguerita70 on the face of all these news stations representing deportation. She's appropriated it by now. I'm sorry, but that's just what white people do. They come in, they take. They take. And they push the little people to the side. They push the locals to the side. And it's ingrained in them, which is why she didn't think she really thought she was helping herself when she showed the receipts of the conversation she had with the news reporter. She's so fucking disconnected, and it's ingrained in her mind that she really thinks she's doing no wrong. When she showed those receipts, she really thought it was going to help her. Bitch, all it did was reiterate what I've said. And there were people that were like, hold on, that is kind of fucked. Right? So, I'm sorry, but Candice Columbus, because she doesn't even realize what she's doing, because it's ingrained so far back that she honestly sees nothing wrong with it. She sees nothing wrong with being the face of deportation as a white American citizen. She has appropriated this story to such a degree that she really represents deportation like she's the one that went through it. Oh, she does. She gets on here and she sells it. You've seen the various videos we've shown where she starts crying right? These people that are building my home with such honest hands, and oh, when I was deported and I married him and I couldn't touch him through the glass. Like, this girl has got it down so good. Cry on demand type shit, right? Where she's like, she's appropriated to such a degree that I think she starts to believe that she was the one who was fucking deported, and that's why she's so good at telling the story. Oh, there's my lovey-dovey. Well, that was a good one. You're sorry for who did this, Alex. One of you's playing a little too much with fucking AI, okay? It's giving, yeah. It's giving, yeah, yeah. White women have the cry on demand gene unlocked. The I'm afraid for my safety unlock. The call 911, she's a dangerous criminal unlock. Absolutely. She's got it down packed. She was supposed to be learning Spanish years ago. We came across some of her content years ago where she was like, yeah, I'm getting ready to take my citizenship test. She hasn't. It's been years since. I don't think she's been able to learn the language. In order for her to take the citizenship test, Mike did a video on this where you got to be able to read and write Spanish. The test is in Spanish. She barely speaks it. I can only assume that her reading and writing is not top tier, right? And then also, I don't think there's an incentive for her to become a Mexican citizen. Why would she take on tax obligations if she's getting the best of both worlds? Why would she need Mexican citizenship besides status? 10 years later and she hasn't obtained it? She's had plenty of opportunity, plenty of time. There's a reason she hasn't obtained it. I just don't think it's a necessity for her. What benefit, if not obligation, would she obtain from Mexican citizenship? Next thing we know, they're gonna be throwing out fucking fireworks at the White House on 4th of July. Calling the police in Mexico on a Mexican thing they're gonna do something. Yeah. I would not be surprised if the bitch started celebrating 4th of July over here at all. Anyway. This is what they sent, Bobby. Yeah, I did. And look, this is what he sent. We're too busy dealing with real crap. Can we get her deported? No. Mexico doesn't work. Mexico doesn't really allow you to weaponize status, like, which is a good thing. You know, we don't want to do all that. You know, the last thing I want this series to result in, this is supposed to be just fact checking, right? Journalism, getting to the bottom of the story. The last thing I want to do is encourage you guys to find ways to affect her like that. Like, oh, let's separate her from her family. Let's support her. I just think that's really vile. Those are vile thoughts. And there's a thin line between what the series has been and like going out of her way to create damage like that to a family. Even if we could, I would never weaponize anybody's status on either side of the border. I just think that's distasteful. Sorry, I hate chewing on live. I do think that life has a way of circling back, right? The energy put out, the energy you get back in. There's a reason her past is coming back to haunt her, you guys. I could have never dreamed of finding all the shit that we found. But I can honestly say I think this is a perfect case of somebody's past coming back to haunt them. Wait, I gotta pee again. Have you seen any of the TikToks where people talk about you? We played a couple here on my lives the last couple of weeks. Naturally, anytime I make content like this, or if I'm beefing with another creator, a lot of trolls come out the woodworks to try to take advantage of the FYP, and you know they'll put out a lot of stuff. So we have seen a couple, and we played some of them on my lives. Oh, you're gonna make comidas. I haven't even really ate. All I had was a bagel and a protein bar. Okay, I probably do need to hop off for some real lunch. Fun fact, she will not take any accountability. No. She would have already. Her opportunity for accountability was in 2023. And even recently, in February, right? So she's made statements on this 2 separate occasions. And neither time did she take the opportunity for some real... In fact, she doubled down with some more lies. So I saw somebody commenting like, why are you trying to hold, you're trying to hold accountable, 18-year-old Candice, blah, blah, blah. No, 37-year-old Candice is very much the one we're holding accountable for lying, for misrepresenting, for deceiving, for defrauding. 37-year-old Candice is still doing shit like 18-year-old Candice was. And the reason we've dug back into the past so far is, 1, to get to know her real story. But 2, you can see the same patterns in so many different ways still being exhibited currently as a 37-year-old. 37-year-old Candice is very much the one we're trying to hold accountable. We acknowledge that like a lot of the shit is old, right? A lot of us did messy shit in our 18, 19, 20s, but 37-year-old Candice continues to lie. 37-year-old Candice continues to deceive. 37-year-old Candice continues to hide from accountability and hide her abuser from accountability. 37-year-old Candice is the one we have a problem with. We could write off a lot of the shit that 18-year-old Candice did. The problem is 37-year-old Candice. That's the one we have a problem with. Hello, Annie from Phoenix. Saludos, bestie. I understand what you're doing, and what I don't get is why there are people that don't get it. It's not that they don't get it. It's that they're committed to misunderstanding me. The people that don't get it are people that are just so anti-Annie that they refuse to acknowledge facts, receipts, all of that. I'm convinced. That is my personal opinion. It's not that they don't get it. It's that it's coming from Annie. If it was coming from anybody else, if anybody else had created this series, if any other YouTuber content creator had started dropping these receipts, it would have been received completely different. But because it's coming from Annie, it's discredited because it's coming from Annie. Even though I have receipts for everything I fucking said. I've narrated all of this through public records, and even then there's people that refuse to acknowledge that these are facts. These are no longer opinions. These are not speculations. They're fucking facts. They're police reports. They're 911 calls. They're fucking court filings. They're her own handwriting. They're facts. But they won't acknowledge them because they're coming from me. That's it. It's not that they don't get it. They see it. It's just they have a problem with the messenger. I said a couple weeks ago that I believe this series right now is not going to make a lot of noise. People are going to continue to follow her. They're going to continue to... Well, that's it. At some point, Candice is going to fumble. All on her own. And when she does, people will remember this series and they're going to come back and apologize to me. Mark my words. Candice is going to fuck up all on her own. Something's going to happen. She's going to fumble all on her own. And when that does, they're going to come back to this series. And I'm going to see a lot of Annie was right. But y'all said Annie this, y'all said Annie that. Trust me. Right now, it's coming from me. People are too focused on the drama. They're too focused on fuck Annie, this and that. They can't see the big picture. Eventually, something independent of me, I believe, will come out. Or happen. Or she'll say or do or whatever. It happens to every fucking creator. You cannot build a platform off of lies and expect it to sustain forever. And I'll give it to her that she has managed to she has made it stand for years, okay? But something built on such a shaky foundation will never last. Right now, she has the advantage that it came from me, not somebody else. And because it came from me, it's been discredited. And it's been painted into all these things, and people refuse to acknowledge it because it's coming from me. Okay? Eventually, it will come from somebody else. Eventually, something else is going to happen. She's going to fumble. Promise you. You can only carry lies for so long before it crumbles. This might be the beginning of it, but I don't think this is the peak of it. I believe something's going to happen, and it's going to remind, and people will think about this series when it does. Slip, trip, and fall. And yes, I'm sorry, but her fan base is giving very much fucking cults. It reminds me of the Trump cult. It reminds me of the way Trumpers support Trump, despite all the things that have came out about him. It really reminds me of what I see with Trump supporters in my comment sections, where despite all these things and facts and people coming forward about Trump and this and that, people will ride hard for him regardless. It gets cultish, and that's how I feel about Candice, like the big white savior that people refuse to bring off of that pedestal. So they'll bat for her regardless. We're going to co-sign PPP fraud. We're going to co-sign that she lied. We're going to co-sign domestic violence. Oh, she was young, whatever. Oh, anything but bring her off of that pedestal. Because then they would have to acknowledge the privilege they gave her. Then they would have to acknowledge that they were wrong. And that Annie, perhaps at some point, was right. They will not do that. Death before dishonor, bitch. A lot of people can't admit they were wrong, and they don't want to. Then they would have to admit that she played them. And there's been some people that have. There's been some people that have came and said, you opened my eyes. I can't believe it. I donated, blah, blah, blah. There's been some people that have acknowledged that they were duped. But there's a lot of people that are too prideful to admit that they got played. Ortiz being in Puebla. I think he got deported. Ortiz got deported November of 2010. Where was she in 2010? Diego was a year old. Where was she in 2010? Makes me want to look up her address in 2010. Where's the spreadsheet? Bestie with the spreadsheet. Where was she in 2010? We need that whiteboard. We need that whiteboard immediately. Okay, let me look at the whiteboard or the spreadsheet. Yes, or acknowledge that I was right. Her cult will refuse to acknowledge that I'm right. Okay, in 2010, we don't have much from her in 2010. Her lawsuit was in 2011. Where was she in 2010? So we have nothing on her between that 2008 filing with Ortiz and then I think 2011. Where was she when Ortiz got deported? The whiteboard about that white chick. Okay. We need to do some backtracking. Where was she when Ortiz was deported in December of 2010? In June, the earliest, okay, so in June 2011 is when she was getting sued by US Bank. Remember? Look. This is the last, so it jumps from, her court records jump from 2008 to 2011. Look, 2011. And this is where she, hold on here. Unemployed. I was expecting, okay, let's read her declaration again in 2011. This was shortly after Ortiz got deported in December of 2010. She's writing to a response from US Bank. When I opened this account, I had recently separated from my husband and working a commissions only sales position. What if commission sales that couldn't be Dick's Good Sporting Goods or whatever? Couldn't be that, right? A week later, when my account balance, the bank informed me that I was overdrafted. I owed $100. I informed the bank rep I could not pay. The rep informed me that the fees would continue until I paid the amount. At the time, my mother was helping me with rent and my other bills, and I had no way to pay the balance that kept getting higher each day. After it was turned over to collections, I spoke with one of the reps. At the time, I was unemployed and expecting my first child. Okay, so she gives us a timeline. So she was pregnant in 2009, around March of 2009. And she says her mom was paying rent when she was pregnant with the baby. She was unemployed. She had just moved. And she's now a single mother on unemployment and state assistance. So was mom still taking care of her in 2010? Is what it's, no, this is 2009. I'm trying to find her in 2010. Where was Fidel? Exactly. So she gets knocked up and she says that her mom is helping her, not Fidel, not the baby dad. After I had my son, I moved and had not heard from anyone regarding this account. So, I don't know. Her timelines, I need that whiteboard. I really need a visual to put all these little events together. Hey there, young lady. Hi, Luis. Saludos. Because I want to know where she was when Carlos got deported in 2010. She claims to have met Fidel in 2000. I think 2000. See, this is the thing. We're not sure when she met Fidel. She has told the news reporter she met him in 2007. But we know she was with Ortiz in 2007. So the next best thing is that she met him in November of 2008, which is what she told an immigration judge when she sent in a character letter for him. So I think maybe let's give her the benefit of the doubt that she met Fidel after Carlos, not during. I just don't know how. Here's what is really mind-boggling. Okay, she married Ferguson in June of 2007 and claims to have separated from him in October of 2007, just 4 months after. Okay, in February of 2008, she files for a protective order on Ortiz and claims that they lived together. So they lived, like, how fast did they move in together? Let's say she met him right after she splits up from the husband, moves in with him, and they had to have had some type of longevity to live together. He's had a couple arrests with her. The timeline's all over the place. That's why it doesn't make no fucking sense, because when the fuck did you have time to live with Ortiz and catch a case with him and a traffic citation that she lists in her fucking request for a PO, and then all of a sudden you're with fucking Fidel and you get knocked up? Like, her timeline is all over the place, and we have no idea who the baby daddy is. I'm sorry, but the Who the Pappy series, Maybe she moved in with Ortiz just to leave Ferguson. I wish she would just fucking drop the story time like Risa Tisa. Give me a 50-part series and tell us who everybody is, where the timeline goes, cause how? Cause look, that's Ferguson, and we know that she was still in contact with her ex-husband because she tells us that that's why Ortiz got mad at her, because my ex-husband contacted me. Oh, Candice. And this is what I mean by there's just no fucking way she had time to be studying during that time when she was juggling all these men's. But then she went off on a double date with Fidel. Yeah. My biggest curiosity in her story is where she met these men. How did you end up, one, attracted to Mexican men? We know she didn't grow up around them. How did you end up with not one, but two undocumented men when you came from a right-wing family, tiny little white town, and then you end up living like in the hood? Both of those apartment complexes she lived in with Fidel and Ortiz were like lower income areas where there's a lot of Hispanics. How did she end up, why would she choose those areas to move to as somebody that had, and maybe just she was low income herself, but coming from Elmo, Utah to fucking South Salt Lake is crazy. Right, and she had to, I'm assuming she married Ferguson in Salt Lake County in 2007. So as soon as she graduated high school, it seems she took off to Salt Lake City. Married Fergie, divorced him, moved out on her own to one of these lower income houses. I don't know. I have a feeling there's a connection between Fidel and Carlos, maybe friends or users together. I don't know. Hey there, young lady. Again, with all Candice's life, I think she's the one who needs the whiteboard. You should gift one to baby. Did she move to Salt Lake for Ferguson? No, because Ferguson is also from the north over there. I forgot. Price? Ferguson's from Price. After his divorce from her, he ends up in Price, and he's been there ever since. And Price is towards that part of town, like where the white people live. So we've speculated maybe she was forced to marry Ferguson, maybe. But she was in Salt Lake. She wasn't living with her parents anymore. Ew, did you ever see the video where her mom went to Mexico and did a Q&A, and the mom said when she met Fidel, she thought he was so fine, and they all like it was a love story that ages? No, can you send me a link so we can watch it together? Can I also get so much hate? Es una pregunta, I'm lost. What part of this is giving hate? It's giving research. It's giving research. Ortiz is the... Okay, I want to look up the mom's Q&A. Okay, while we're doing that, I'm going to drop the tip line. Candace right now on Google. Be back. BRB screen. Okay, I'm back. I was gonna look up some her Q&A videos. I love me some live reactions to her videos. All right, what is this? Why is this a thumbnail of her crying? All right, we're gonna have to watch that one. Okay, so I was searching for something to watch. I was searching for that mom's Q&A, and I came up on this thumbnail. Of course, she strategically put herself crying as a thumbnail. And the caption is, house update in Q&A 4 years ago. How often do I see? Okay, so let's watch. I don't see her do a lot of live streams. Is it just me, or she doesn't do a lot of live streams? All right, Candy Cane.
Wind's kind of cold, huh? All right, guys. Sorry. So I know I missed a bunch of questions, but let me shut the door, and then I'll answer you guys' questions. Yeah, it's props for what you're doing. May your family live long and prosperous lives. Love conquers all. Thanks. I am so emotional. It is taking everything that I have not to cry throughout this entire live, and you know, my eyelashes fall off and stuff. No, yeah, housewarming party? Oh yeah. We'll definitely do it, yeah. I'm good. The plumbing, so it will be like it is in our house where we have the tinaco. It'll be just like that. We'll have tinacos, we'll have actually, this house will have 2 tinacos, one for each side because there's a bathroom on each side of the house. And then we'll have a cisterna as well because we intend to have all of our animals here, so we'll need a water source for them as well. So yeah, that's that's how the plumbing will work. It'll work just like our other house. We'll have the plumbing pipes through the house, but it'll be fed with the tinacos. I can tell you were emotional your eyes, but yeah, I could just because I don't want it to turn into like this big thing where I cry, but like I don't know how to convey how incredibly awesome you guys are. I don't know how to say thank you enough. So yeah, because this feels unreal. Yeah, and it's just because you guys are listening to our story, which is also amazing. So,
Okay, that's nothing real interesting. Crying on cue. We talked about this earlier. She's got it down pat to cry on cue. Okay, I was looking for that Q&A with the mom. Can someone go to Puebla and interview me? No. Moving to Mexico. Yeah, I can't find it. For the bestie that commented, can you drop a comment or can you email me the Q&A? So I look at the mom completely different whenever I'm watching videos about her because I know she's a fucking Trumper. Our mom's first visit to our build. The sisters, we watched this one already. Someone called her covers. I'm like, they're so mean. Hold on. It's the Caroline. Oh yeah, so I hid her from the channel because she's been so upset in my comment section, and for the most part I just kind of let people comment, but definitely not letting people like Candy Cult fans into the live chat because they'd be fucking up the vibes. So don't lose your free speech by coming on here because you will get hidden from the channel and then you'll have to argue with yourself in the comment section. I get a lot of comments from her fans, absolutely, especially when like I just did a live replay that was public from Friday. So I've gotten a lot of comments from the Candy Cult. For the most part, I just kind of let them do their thing on YouTube. You'll notice there's a lot of comments on there that are not fans of Annie and are just are here to defend her or whatever. But I draw the line at my live chats because I just don't think there's, again, I feel like live engagement is a privilege, okay? Especially in this community, we built a really cool vibe, and you know, if it bothers you that we're doing this deep dive, then you probably shouldn't be consuming it. But when you give me views and engagement, it only fuels my research. The candy cake coconut cake with their mama. Yeah. What's your email? What are you gonna send me? We're gonna wrap up soon. I'm getting a little tired. We're going on 3 hours, and I haven't had no caffeine today. I haven't had no caffeine. I had a decaf macchiato, which didn't hit the same, if I'm being honest. But I'm trying to wean myself off of coffee, and I do have some stuff to get done today. Someone commented, did she owe him money for the cocoa? Sorry. Are you coming back later? I'm not sure. I don't think I'll get anything crazy for this evening. Maybe we could do members only. But no, I do have to work on some other content. I gotta do my OnlyFans page. I have to post our YouTube giveaway. Oh, I gotta work on my store relaunching, so probably won't be back this evening. But if that changes, I'll let you guys know on the member wall. So it's 2:04. We'll close at 2:30. Deal? So still almost a 4-hour live. How do 4 hours go by so fast, you guys? I told myself I'm gonna start capping my lives at 2 hours so they're not too long for replays, but it just feels like no matter how hard I try, my lives always end up being like 4 fucking hours. Ever think of getting a breast lift? What a random question. I got one actually. I was gonna say I have two. I have 2 boob jobs. My last boob job did include a breast lift. Where did her Sanchez last name come from? Fidel. Yeah, Fidel's last name is Garcia Sanchez. And, oh, bestie, thank you. We haven't had an alert for a minute. It was quiet.
6110 cent $9.99 cheese Maybox. Check your email. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
All right, bestie, whatever. Oh, the mom Q&A we got. Okay. Timestamp at 4:55. Okay, shout out to Belinda. She sent us an email with a link and a timestamp. Let's see what it is. Shout out to Belinda. It had been super quiet in the tip line and the super chat line. I love hearing our little alerts. All right, Gmail. All right, let me see. She gave me a specific timestamp. Timestamp at 4:50. Oh, I think we've seen this Q&A before, but we've never stopped at timestamp. Oh yeah, we've seen this. We've played this replay before, but we've never. I don't think we've watched it in its entirety. Okay, hold on. Let me resize this real quick. Okay, what was the timestamp? 4:55. All right.
It was a lot.
It's a lot.
Okay, shout out to Belinda. She sent in this clip and she also timestamped it at 4:55. Let's see what she wants us to see.
When you're an empty nester and you have a lot of kids running around screaming and playing with each other and fighting, it's happy, but it's like also you need your moment.
So the first thing that I'm going to get out of the way, because I know that we'll get questions on it, is my mother is happily married, not single. So please don't ask in the comments. She's not single. She does not have any single sisters. Mm-hmm. And
who the fuck was asking if her old ass mom was single? What the fuck? Nobody?
She doesn't even have any single daughters. So we're all married now.
Yay!
We're all married and out of her way.
Yep.
All right, so let's get to some questions. So the first one I have is from Janeth, PA. And she asked in Spanish, what was your first impression of Fidel?
He's handsome, for one thing.
He's handsome? I know these Trumpers don't think Mexican. Let me let her.
That's a bonus. And he he's really polite.
Hold on. We need we need some visuals with this. I need to give you guys some visual of who she met back then. Okay, hold on just a second. Let me one thing about these lives, I really like to give you guys like a visual storytelling experience. Okay, we need the Guache picture up here. Okay. Belinda, thank you so much.
At Belinda Garcia 6110 cent $9.99 cheese Maybox. I know she's lying. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
I know she's
Rolling on the
fucking
floor
lying.
laughing emoji.
Okay, this is what, mind you, let's start over. Okay, let's start over. This is what she's talking about.
Married and out of her way.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get to some questions. So the first one I have is from Janeth, PA. And she asked in Spanish, what was your first impression of Fidel?
He's handsome, for one thing. That's a bonus. And he's really polite. I mean, he respects his elders. And when I talked to him, he showed me a lot of courtesy, and he just come across to me as somebody that was honest, that was hardworking, and he was good looking too. And I just had a good feeling of Fidel. And as a nurse, I can judge a lot of people, and I've run across a lot of different people, and I just felt deep down in my gut that he was a good guy. So that was okay.
Mind you, this is after Ferguson, this is after Ortiz, and this is during Anthony. So imagine how many men she had met already by the time she met Fidel, that her daughter was dating, marrying, fucking, having babies with. Okay, so that response was very fake to me. I know for a fact she did not like Fidel when he came around. Why? Because she was already dealing with her daughter's bullshit with Ortiz. She was already dealing with her daughter's bullshit with her 4-month marriage. She was already dealing with her messy ass daughter. You think by the time Candice brought Fidel to her, she was like, oh, this one's good. This one's good. Mind you, a Trump voting, dangerous criminal type of mama. You think she took a look at fucking at infidelity over here and was like, oh yeah, he looks like a good guy with the boots with the fur. He's so handsome. You did good, Candy Cane. Be so for fucking real. You know for a fact, her mama could not stand these men that she was picking, because her mama wanted a Ferguson, okay? Her mama wanted Brian Allen Ferguson for her daughter. The 35-year-old that married her 18-year-old. That's who she wanted. That's who she co-signed. So by the time Candice was bringing around the guachas over here, she was over her daughter's bullshit, okay? She was over her bullshit. Mind you, this was after Ortiz. You think Candice didn't call her mama to tell her what happened with Ortiz? When her mama was helping her pay her rent, her mama was helping her with her bills after Ortiz. You think her mama didn't know Candice was in some shit every time Candice would get into some shit? Do you think she wasn't calling her mom to tell her if she was on a comfortable enough level to where her mom was paying her fucking rent? Right? So, yeah, Fidel is doing this area. I call bullshit on this. That's what she thought about him.
I think a lot of them feel that way too, because you know they're following our family. So.
Yeah, and that me too.
Yeah, which was another question we had. Let me find the question, because I want to make sure that you guys get, you know, like a shout out for the questions, because I really do appreciate you guys putting all these questions. We had 442 comments on this post.
So you really?
Most of them were
Hold on, where's my besties alert?
questions. Yes, some of them were not questions. Some of them were just really nice things that people.
Cindy Lou, who, oh, your alert didn't come through. She said he's a good man, Savannah. Where are my alerts? Oh, I'm so sorry, besties. My alerts didn't come through. I think it's because they both came in at the same time. Whenever I get a super chat like back to back, I think it like, I don't know, they se cruzan los cables and my alerts don't come through. But shout out to Gabby and Cindy Luhu for their super chat. Cindy said he's a good man, Savannah. Gabby said, tortas aguadas and booze with a burr.
Wanted to let you know about, which we'll also read a couple of those. But let me find this one question.
A few moments later.
Okay, so Monica Ocampo, who has been subscribed to us for a really long time.
¿Cuáles son los riesgos y costos?
Oh, those ads, Candelaria, those ads. It cancels one another. Yeah, but neither of them came through. That's so sad. Okay, let me check in with my chat real quick. The mom had to drop her profession. I feel like the mom gives very fake vibes. I'm sorry.
She said, does your mom watch your YouTube channel and is she subscribed?
Yes. I watch. That's how I follow what my grandkids and my daughter's doing. If I don't see a post from her every day, I think, is she being lazy or is she or is she busy? But that's how I follow my grandkids and see how big they're getting. And
Oh, I send pictures also. Don't let me fool you, but I'm very busy.
She does, and she's busy, and I'm busy. But it's so nice to go in there and see him playing, like out in the field, and interacting with her dad and with the coworkers that he works with, and that. And I love that dirty little face on that Dominic.
It's
I want to
never
go watch
dirty.
Dragon.
I think the cleanest I've ever seen my child is here. It's the cleanest I've ever seen him.
But you know, a dirty child is a happy child.
A dirty child.
And
is a dirty child.
having a dirty face and that playing in the dirt builds up your immunity too, so he'll be more healthy.
He will be healthier
He'll be
because
healthier.
of this. Yeah. Let's see. So we're gonna get into some harder questions. I know. Prepare for waterworks. Okay.
Watch your dimples. All my girls have dimples.
It's true. We all have dimples.
They all have dimples.
Okay. So we have a question from Molly. Molly said, how did your mom cope when you and your son moved to Mexico? I recently moved with my daughter so we could be a family here with my husband in Mexico. It's hard on everyone and is mixed with many emotions. What advice would you give to another mother whose daughter and grandbabies live in Mexico due to her daughter's husband not being able to go to the US? So how do you cope with it, and what would you say to other moms in your shoes?
At
Marty.
At first I was a little hesitant because of what you hear and that. But like I said, I had the gut feeling that Fidel would take care of them. And my daughters are strong-willed, strong personality. And I knew if anybody messed with them, they probably would take them out of their knees. But the advice I would have is trust your gut. You know, I had a good feeling. I hated to see them go so far away from me because I did a lot with Candice and Diego and that when they were up here. But I knew that it was the right thing to do. You have to keep your families together. It doesn't matter the distance that you are. You just have to remind them that you still love them. And, you know, they could be in a different country like England or New Zealand or Australia. Mexico is just another country. And, you know, there's airplanes that go in and out of Mexico. You know, there's cars that go out. But I would say, you know, just keep the faith and just watch and make sure that, you know.
I find it so ironic that she was talking about keeping families together when she's voting to separate them behind the scenes. I see where Candice gets it from.
A mother has this instinct in her gut if she knows that something's wrong, and if she feels like there's something wrong, push it. But, you know, I think it was the right thing for Candice. I think it was the right thing for her and Diego, and especially for those boys to be able to interact and be with their father and as a family. It's family oriented. That's, you know, and they're learning special skills. I mean, I grew up on a fruit farm, and now Diego and Dominic are getting to learn how to build houses. Besides build houses, they plant corn and they planted broccoli and
Diego plants beans.
And stuff like that. And that's some of the skills that there's some kids here in the United States that have never had the opportunity to just play in the dirt.
Yeah,
Play in the dirt. Yeah.
there are some, not everybody, but
Yeah.
yeah. No, I agree with you. I always kind of wondered. I don't think you and I ever really talked about like we had a lot of questions that asked, you know, what was your initial reaction to me telling you that we were moving to Mexico? Like, how did you initially feel about it?
I would, to tell you the truth, I didn't want her to go. But, you know, I cried because my oldest child was going to be so far away, and if she needed me, I couldn't just fly there.
Her oldest child. Candice is not her oldest child. Cue her birth announcement. Do you guys remember when we found her birth announcement? She wasn't her oldest child. Hold on. She just said her oldest child was going to live far away, and she's not her oldest child. Why would she say that if she's not her oldest child? Do you guys remember where her birth announcement is? There was a bestie that had shared some newspaper clippings. Hold on. Eso me llamó mucho la atención about the oldest child. 1 second. You guys remember, right? On her birth announcement, it said that she had like an older sister. I don't know if I kept that newspaper clipping. Am I crazy, or do some of you remember the...
At the age 6 sent $1.99
Thank you,
cheese
Bestie.
Maybachs. Lies or rubbing off on her mom or early dementia.
No, seriously, I swear to God, her birth announcement said she was like the middle child, if I don't remember. Look, now I gotta find it. Hold on. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I want to show it though. It could be half sister. No. I'm not crazy. Hold on, we gotta find it. To the bestie that sent me the newspaper clippings. Are you in here? Oh, I forgot the name of her. Oh, weird. I gotta find the birth announcement now. I know we shared it on a previous live, but. No, it wasn't on Ancestry. There was a bestie that had shared a link to all these newspaper clippings that included Candice, and it's where we found like her pageant records and shit. It was on Ancestry. No, it wasn't from Ancestry. Hold on. Oh, let me delete that. I know. I should have my Candice files more organized at this point. I didn't save that one. A ver. I do have a Candice file, but I don't believe I saved all of her. I don't know. I just didn't think I would need her fucking birth announcement. Hold on. Maybe links? Hold on. There's a bestie I've been sharing everything with. It was Native Rain. Where are you? Okay, hold on. I'm getting to it. Obituaries. Student of the week. Right here. Did we just clock her mama in a lie? Yeah, I think we did. I just found it. Okay, first, I'm going to show you the birth announcement, okay? So look. Right here. This is her birth announcement that was posted to their local newspaper, where it says, a daughter, Candice Marie Smith, was born to Daryl and Janet Smith. This is Janet, okay? Candice, she was born at Castleview Hospital, weighed 8 pounds 3 ounces. Candice was welcomed at home by her sister 7 and brother Jesse J 2. So she's the youngest. Now listen to what her mom just said.
We talked.
Se te fue toda tu quincena en pagar un seguro de auto tradicional. Conmito paga al mes y no.
Like what? Well, we had a lot of questions that asked, what was your initial reaction to me telling you that we were moving to Mexico? Like, how did you initially feel about it?
To tell you the truth, I didn't want her to go, but I cried because my oldest child was going to be so far away, and if she needed me, I couldn't just fly there. And as a nurse, you want to take care of them. So.
All right. Well, lucky for us, I have her mom and her dad's divorce records so we can fact check this. Because she does say Candice is her youngest or her oldest, but she had 2 siblings when she was born. So somebody said maybe they're half siblings. According to this, they keep us every time we watch all
At
these.
Belinda Garcia 6110 cent $9.99 cheese Maybucks. Every time we watch one of these, a new rabbit, whole emoji, rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Carne asada and onions. Isn't her name Nicole? So Nicole is younger. Michelle Lee and Jesse J are older siblings. Could they possibly belong to the dad? Yes. All right. I do know I pulled up her parents' divorce records once upon a time. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let's see if their divorce records. Let's see if I save them. And they provide any clarity of. I don't think I saved it. God damn it. Court files. Hold on. Are the siblings maybe stepkids? I was sure Nicole was older. Nicole is younger according to the birth announcement because the birth announcement doesn't list Nicole. Just 2 by her sister Michelle Lee and brother Jesse J. Interesting. Also, her birthday's in January. Why does Canada have a video of them celebrating her birthday in, I think, November? Her birthday is listed as January 1st, 1989. But court records list it as the 27th. What the hell, Leonce? Court records list her birthday as January 27th, 1989. I mean, unless this was wrong. Maybe the newspaper just posted it wrong, I guess. But yeah, there's a discrepancy with her birthday on her birth announcement. Somebody might want to take a look into that. Because, yeah, her birthday in all her court docs, including her divorce, the ones that we have confirmed belong to her with her signature, is January 27th, 1989. In a video, she said brother and sister on her dad's side. Okay, so Michelle and Jesse, which I don't never seen her make videos with the Michelle girl, only carne asada and onions. I think she said 3 sisters, no brother. Well, she has a brother named Jesse J, at least a half brother. And yeah, I'd have to pull. I had the parents' divorce, so her parents' divorce is still on. I saw it on the court website. I'd have to log back in and renew the $10. I don't know if we need to do that. I need to just get a monthly subscription at this point to the court website. Motion to waive contrato divorce Candice. Verified petition. Let me see what I have on my computer. Okay, apologies. I should have these a little bit more organized. I just didn't think I would ever need her parents' divorce records. I do remember her daddy was not a child support payer. You can't check on a live. Who knows? I don't think I've ever shown that on a live before because it just wasn't. But I guess it's just safe to assume that these siblings were her half siblings and maybe not the moms. Was Jesse J the same brother from the letters? No. Jesse J did not write any letters, character letters for Fidel. So the people that wrote the character letters were like brother-in-laws. Well, let me go back and check. Character letters. I don't think Jesse J was in here. There's Candice. There's the priest. There's Janet. There's Nicole. There's Andrew, which is Nicole's husband. Aaron Hatch. Oh no, Jesse J. Smith did write a letter for Fidel. It says he's an excellent cook. Yeah. So yeah, Jesse J did, but Michelle didn't. That kind of sticks out a little bit. How come Michelle didn't write a letter? Everybody else did. And why didn't the dad write a letter? Why didn't Candice's dad write a letter for Fidel? So brother wrote a letter, mom wrote a letter, and Nicole wrote a letter. How come dad didn't write a letter? Unless dad wasn't a fan of Fidel, which would make sense because Fidel beat up his daughter. Just, you know, some common sense would tell you that dad probably is not a fan of Fidel. Where's my chat? Conservative cop. Dad was highway patrol and a retired vet. Nicole is younger, born in 91. She lives in Vegas, right? I think the entire Annie, in the title document I have, there's a tab for family. Oh, bestie of it. I'm gonna print the timeline when I get the whiteboard. Look, if we get the whiteboard tonight at a decent time, I will make it and we'll do a quick live. Because goddamn, at this point we do need we do need a whiteboard at this point. Not there being a family tab. Okay, let me see. Oh, there is. I hadn't even seen it. God damn, you got the whole family tree on here. Where'd you find these? Oh my god, this is crazy. And their Facebooks. Facebook, Bestie, you did some deep diving for these. Jenny Jewel. Michelle Leigh Smith. You got their Facebooks on here. Let me go look. I'm curious what the... Wow, this deep dive is crazy. Let's go search. Oh, there are a lot of it from Fast Search. Okay. I don't like to rely on those websites very much. But let's check it out. Turbo Mimi. Okay, I'm on the oldest sister's Facebook. Let's see what I can find going all the way back to 2000, the 2000s. I don't know. She doesn't. I guess she looks a little like Candice. Okay, wait. You know, yeah, we do need a whiteboard. I've never seen this sister mentioned in the content anywhere. Or make a special appearance. I wonder why. Maybe she's not. Maybe she doesn't fuck with the sister very much. No, it hasn't been scrubbed. It's all public. So before it is. I guess I should show you guys in case they scrub it, huh? So we can have somewhere to record. But I'm hesitant to share this one just because this one is not. I haven't seen her in her content anywhere. Like the mom and carne asada onions, well, like they're all up in the content, but I haven't seen this sister in the content. Oh, here she is. Look, Candelaria, 2016. Yeah, there she is. 2016 is the year Fidel was getting deported. Hold on. Hold on. She looks a little too happy for me here to be having a... Hold on, to be having... This was taken during the time, let's see, April 17th. He had just gotten arrested. Candice, you looking a little too happy for me here. A little too happy for me here. He was arrested... No, I lied. He was arrested May 2nd. Okay, never. I take that back, Candice. This was before he got arrested in 2016. I was about to say, she looked a little too happy for me. Okay, now I take it back. That was April 17, 2016. Weeks before Fidel got arrested. That sister is Chelsea. She's got a Chelsea sister? God damn, how many sisters does she have? Oh, there's carne asada and onions. Looks like the dad's been caught for a long, long time. Chelsea visited Puebla. Oh, I didn't know that. But this is not Chelsea. This is a Michelle. Chelsea's in the middle. Oh, okay. I'm not really... So, the only thing I was really looking for on her page was anything during the... Anything that we could plug into the Candice timeline. Okay, that one didn't. I just got back from a meeting, didn't realize there was another sister. No, me neither. Okay, so there's carne asada and onions. There's... Who's that? Oh, the stepmom. There's a video on IG where sister met Fidel after him being deported. Can you send me the link? Yeah, that's a lot of... There's a lot of Smiths here. Okay, nothing too crazy on that Facebook. Actually, nothing at all that would plug into our timeline. They're Mormon. Having kids is a thing for them. Okay, guys, we're gonna wrap up. 15. Every time I say we're gonna wrap up, we go down another rabbit hole. But Definitely need to wrap up. To see if the sister is in my mom group. Let me send you a link. Every time I say we're gonna do a 2-hour live, we don't do a 2-hour live. We do a 4-hour live. The problem is she doesn't see what she did wrong. Well, I don't think she wants to see it, honestly. It's like MAGA. We talked about this. It's like the MAGA cult, right? The defending Trump no matter what. Does Mexico have defamation? We have civil laws that, yes. I don't know if, I wouldn't say like the U.S. because no, not like the U.S. We have our own laws and procedures and stuff like that. How was your finals? It was good, bestie. I aced 3 of my exams. I have 3 left this week. So far so good. Oh my goodness. This was a long live. All right, we're gonna wrap up soon. 15 minutes and we're gonna wrap up. Okay, this was a crazy live. She has a tendency to fabricate events. I think honestly she's the type of liar that she believes her own lies, you know? From what I've gathered, and this is just my personal opinion, that she says things like she believes her own stories type shit, no? And she appropriates those lies as if they actually happened. Like, I will never get over, you guys, the way she told us the fucking engagement story. The engagement story was fucking trippy. Like, that was crazy. That is kind of really where you break down how she lies and how much, like, how she elaborates, and they come off at first glance, yeah, like you wouldn't question it. We haven't talked about that fake proposal enough. Like, that didn't get the spotlight it probably deserved, because that shit was crazy. The engagement story while he was in jail, that probably was a conversation over the phone that they had. Like, okay, we're gonna have to get married. Like, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. What, right? Like, I'm gonna get you out of this. Whatever the fuck. But it was not a Valentine's engagement with the kid, and did not happen. That did not happen like that. Like, the man was pleading guilty to assaulting her on the day she says he proposed. No fucking way. This series will never end. I'm so sorry. Trust me, last week I really thought, like, okay, the only thing we were really waiting on, right, was like the appeal, which I feel like the appeal was, I don't know, who knows when we'll hear back on it, you know. And for the most part, I feel like we have most of the context of that case, but I was like, yeah, I don't know, we might be getting to a point where, you know, we're gonna move on to something else, and then bam, we ran into the fucking Ortiz files. What do you mean you were there when he got arrested? What do you mean plead and deport? Oh, the plead and deport. Send us. I feel like that was our segue into another fucking chapter. If we like, oh, my phone just died on TikTok. Sorry, if you guys are watching on TikTok, my shit just died completely. Sorry, I wasn't even watching it. I would love to find Carlos Ortiz. Imagine. That is one person I would not be shocked if they actually came forward. I think she fucked him. I think that's one person that was screwed over by Candice. But if Wolver, who knows where he's at, you know? But yeah. But who knows? There was somebody that did a search on Facebook for him and they thought they found him, but I couldn't tell anymore. Do a live interview. And Anthony. I think Anthony, okay, in both incidents, there is a pattern where she claims the current boyfriend or whatever he was got mad because a friend, like, it was a jealous fit pretty much, is the way she has narrated both incidents where police was involved, is that there was like an altercation with dudes fighting over her, pretty much, right? Ortiz, she said, got mad because her ex-husband reached out to her. Fidel, she said, got mad because he saw a male friend helping her jump her car. So I don't know. I just feel like there's too many coincidences. Like, these stories are very similar to what happened. And the common denominator is Candice and undocumented men. So I don't know. I just too curious. I personally don't think these things are a coincidence at all. TikTok be hating. My phone died. Oh. Alright, this last few minutes of the live, I'm just kind of gonna be multitasking. Any last minute questions, comments, super chats, tips? Now's the time to shine. I feel like she would love to cause jealousy. And I feel like that might be part of like her Delulu land. Like, oh, I got these guys fighting for me type shit. But in what multiverse, Candice, do you have these Mexican men? Like, you know what I'm saying? It just, something is off there to me. I don't know. It doesn't give that she would be the center of men fighting over her like that. Unless she was orchestrating it. Like I said, I could be completely off, but fighting for papers on the cave. Yes, I feel like that is a more realistic approach. But again, I need to hear Ortiz's side of the story. I believe that the Ortiz police report is going to include some context to his side of the story. He spoke English. They had to have asked him questions. Like, what led up to them finding that fucking social security card? What led up to them, you know, where did they find it? On his person? He didn't have a car. She lists that he doesn't have a job or a car. So something happened. Something was said in her apartment that led to them discovering that fake social security card. I'm calling it already. She threw him under the bus. What if she met oh my gosh, somebody just commented something that set a light bulb. What if Carlos Ortiz was before Ferguson? What if, hear me out, she turned 18 in January of that year. I searched Carlos Ortiz on Facebook and I got a picture of Candice. What the fuck? Or he was a plug, something. She's not that girl. No, she's not. I'm sorry. Could they have met in school? No, she went to school in the fucking Elmo town. Like, in the whitest of whitest. But hear me out. She says she lived with Ortiz, right? I think Ortiz might have been the first boyfriend. Then she married the Ferguson. Then she said, no more Ferguson, want the Ortiz back. Then I don't know. But what was she doing in the 6 months prior to marrying Ferguson? We haven't talked about that enough. You think she wasn't... One thing we've known about her is the girl was busy. She did not take no time for herself. It's almost like as soon as she turned 18, she moved out and was wilding out. And that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, look at Taylor Frankie Paul, right? When you're raised in a Mormon household with strict parents, they can't do shit. It's almost like as soon as she turned 18, she dipped, left her parents' house, moved to Salt Lake, and she was out here throwing that cat, okay? She was dating, she was doing her thing as she should be, okay? She's 18, she's probably experiencing freedom for the first time. So I don't believe that she was just dating Ferguson for the first 6 months after could she have? I mean, Ideally, we would want to say that as soon as she turned 18, her and Ferguson were courting for 6 months, and then they got married in June. Right? She had to have been together. So no, Ortiz couldn't have lived with her before, because there had to be some type of a time period where she was dating Ferguson before she married him in June. At least 2 or 3 months prior. Something. Doesn't mean you have to play these men like a... Yeah, I ain't even mad at her for that. Okay, I'm not. As you should, queen. Okay, play them like a fiddle, because they're probably trying to play her for papers the whole time anyway. If I'm being honest, let's be so for real. Fidel, Ortiz, and probably even Ferguson were probably trying to get what they wanted out of her too. So I'm not even mad at her for running the game the way she did. My only issue is with the whole no papers, and every Mexican dude that was dating you was ending up deported. Is there any other Mexican dude she dated that could come forward and say they didn't end up deported after dating Candice? So we don't have to nickname her Deporter in Chief. Maybe she never lived with Ferguson. She married him. She lived with all her boyfriends except for her husband. That would make no sense. On Facebook, I saw a comment someone left on Fergie's sister's account. She has a pic of her with Candice, and someone commented, "How do you know her?" And she said something along the lines of, they went to... Send it to me. Screenshot. When was it? Let us look at it. Screenshot, email it, bestie. Send it to the tip line. Ferguson is giving arranged marriage. Why, though? Simply because of his age. If he wasn't old as fuck, would we still think it was an arranged marriage? The one I already sent you. Oh, from long ago, right? Wait, did she say they went to school together? Hold on. He's also not her type. He's white and documented. She only likes... I just look at los mojados, okay? Okay, hold on. Let me go back to the Facebook post. I don't know if I have it here. Candice story time. No. They said they were schoolmates. So did she go to school with Ferguson's sister, meet his brother, and then marry him? Can someone send me that screenshot real quick? So I don't have to dig for it. I didn't save their I did not save their Facebook post the way that I should have. And Julie and Candice are the same age. So they met at school. She marries the brother. Then divorces the brother in 4 months. Well, she doesn't divorce the brother. She just separates from him. And mind you, the separation date, we're just going off of what Candice said in her divorce filings. We don't actually know if that's when she separated from him. And I actually suspect that that's not the actual date they separated. We've never seen a picture of Fergie. But maybe she was friends with the... It would make sense that she befriended the sister at school. They were besties. They were besties after her separation and divorce from Ferguson as well. Her parents got divorced. I don't remember. I think Candice was like 13 when I briefly looked at the file. Fergie was probably her parents trying to save their reputation. But Fergie was the first. Like, well, unless Ortiz was before Fergie. I don't know. No, look, I don't think it was arranged. Here's why. If she was friends with Julie, which is Fergie's sister, first, and then she meets the brother through Julie, it would appear that it was a natural, like she happened to like her best friend's brother. They started dating and then they got married. That doesn't sound like something her parents would have set up. If it was an arranged marriage, I don't think that friendship with the sister would exist. So that friendship tells us something. I don't think it was arranged. I think we're giving her too much credit and victimizing her a little too much to say it was arranged. Screenshot. Thank you, Felly. Okay, let's look at this. This timeline has us so fucked up. Damn you, Candice. I just emailed it to you. Thank you. Let me refresh. I'm hungry, y'all. I need to take a lunch. We need to wrap up and take a lunch and regroup because the girl is tired. And she was still friends with the sister after Fidel got deported. And mind you, she was taking Fidel's son to go hang out with the sister. Oh, right here. Okay. Clock it. So right here is Ferguson's sister and Candice in 2013. This was after Fidel's first deportation. And somebody asked her how they knew each other. And Julie says they went to school together. In 2013... I wonder if she's referring to high school, because in 2013 she could have already been attending college. And she says, LOL, she is still there. So look, Julie is replying. Somebody deleted the comment she's replying to, but Julie says, LOL. Okay, so look, someone says, you guys look like you could be sisters. Somebody named Ferguson. Julie says, what? And then someone says something else. The comment's gone. Julie responds and says, really? How do you know Candice? We went to school together. Then Julie says again, yeah, LOL, she is still there. I'm sure tons of people know her. So I think she's referring to the school. So maybe they went to college together. Can anyone... maybe we need to start looking to Julie Ferguson. Can we find where Julie Ferguson went to school? I searched her name and it says a period of time, so can't see it, but it says she lived in Tucson, Arizona. Maybe she went to college there. We know Candice was not in Arizona. Candice was in Utah, busy in Utah with all her mens. She did not move to Arizona. The high school that she has listed is not the same high school as I found Candice attended, so maybe they went to college together. Maybe this will be her clue if we can find where Julie went to school. Her high school is listed in her about info, but is her community college. This would make a lot of sense. That clown's been everywhere at this point. And by their Facebook posts, they seemed really close. They seemed like besties. She can't get an MBA, but at least we could try to find the community college she was attending. And we could at least try to confirm her bachelor's. And if her bachelor's don't match what she told the federal judge, that will tell us that there's no fucking MBA. What are your thoughts about that picture going around his son? I don't know what picture you're referring to. Everybody pressing him. I have no idea what you're referring to. I think they went to high school together. She's from 89. She graduated 07 or 08. But Julie Ferguson I think they met at college. Because she says they went to school together, but I don't think Julie Ferguson is from Elmo. Or Castle Rock, whatever the fuck. We know Candice is from a very small town, Elmo, Utah. And Julie Ferguson. Did she? I think she went private, no? These are screenshots from before she did. Can anyone find her current page? Is it still up? No, Julie Ferguson is quite a common nick. It's a common ass name. But Candice married her brother right out of high school. Not right out of high school. Oh wait, you're right. She married her brother in 2007. She married Ferguson in 2007. That's the year Candice graduated high school. So she wouldn't have started college till after summer of 07. But also, Feli, do you mind forwarding me the file you had sent me with her Facebook screenshots before she scrubbed them? I think I need some refreshing on the dates because I think they were besties even back to like 2011, no? Candice married Ferguson in June of 07. So she had just turned 18. And when did she graduate high school? Julie says she's from Price. Right, I know Ferguson's from Price. Price, Utah is I'm trying to see how far Price is from, there's Carbon County. Minutes. Price is 20 minutes from Elmo. What school do we have her graduating from again? Spreadsheet. Back to my spreadsheet I go. Candice graduated high school in May of 07? Are you sure? How do we get this info? Carbon High School? Carbon High School. She sent me a link. Carbon. carbonhighschool.org/class of 2007. Class of 08. The link is in the spreadsheet. It is, but it doesn't. Hold on, let me airdrop this to my computer so it's a lot easier. Class of 06, class of 07. Right here. Okay. Well, it's not a clickable link. Let me. Oh, okay. You're right. Okay, look, here's what Bestie found on her spreadsheet. The spreadsheet is quite impressive. Candice graduated from Carbon High School in 2007, which is crazy because she got, okay, so look, this is class of 2007. Her name is right here. Candice Smith. And is Ferguson in here? Does it tell us what year she graduated or what month? Alumni reunion info yearbooks. Class other. Hold on. Let's see if we can find her picture. So what? This makes you pay to get into the yearbooks. Okay, maybe not. So wait, if she graduated in May and then married a month after, oh look, you can link yourself. That's not what I meant to do. I just linked myself to her graduating class. Wait. I was not trying to do that. Hold on. What am I doing now? Research. Oops. Hold on. Well, if you see me in Carbon County class of 2007, I just accidentally linked myself to her graduating class. Oopsies. She has 2 high schools. Okay, so back to our timeline. If she graduated in 2007, that means she would graduate in that spring, summer. She got married straight out of high school to her friend's brother. That's not giving arranged at all. That's not giving arranged. And yeah, back then they were in the late first week. She got married June 27th of 07. Maybe she was, it's giving, are you pregnant, Candice? Are you pregnant and it didn't pan out and then you left him? That would explain why she left him 4 months later. No, but I think we can steer away from arranged marriage. If she married her friend's brother a week, fresh out of high school, mind you, that means he was dating her while she was underage. That's creepy. Ferguson was like 35 when he married Candice. And there had to have been some type of rapport. But it makes sense because she's besties with the sister. Makes sense how she met Ferguson. Oh, thank you, Felly. Okay, I'm gonna save this in my Candice files. Because show and finder. Okay, so if we go back to Ferguson's sister's Facebook posts, she dates back to Candice. She's besties with Candice as of 2013 on Facebook. Huh. Do we know when Julie created her Facebook account? Was it in 2013? Because clearly they knew each other since before. Brian Allison Ferguson. So her Facebook, her bestie Facebook post with Ferguson's sister go back to 2013, mind you, after she claims to have separated from him. Oh, I honestly don't think we'll ever get to the bottom of her timeline. Maybe he married her as a favor to his sister so the kid wouldn't be born out of wedlock if her family's religious. Right, but what kid? There was no kid. Yeah, again, her timeline is crazy. Crazy, Candelaria. There goes our 15 minutes trying to search. And this is how I end up on here for 4 or 5 hours at a time. Okay, we definitely have to top out at least 4 hours. We cannot do another 8-hour live. I think once we get the police report, that would be grounds for maybe a 7-8 hour live. We need the also, yeah, the whiteboard is supposed to be here sometime today, but usually when I get deliveries, I usually get them in the late evening, like 7, 8. Julie lived in Holiday, Utah in 2008. Maybe she moved straight out of high school. Maybe she gave the kid up. We don't know if she was even pregnant. That was just a hypothetical. Maybe that's why she married him straight out of high school, because why else would you get married that fat? Well, I take that back. I got married before I was after high school. I also got married as an 18-year-old, guys, in Utah, and I wasn't LDS. We did get married because I was pregnant. Yes, and I had been with Bryce since I was 12, right? So there was definitely a relationship history and all of that, and we would have gotten married maybe at one point, but we purposely got married before my daughter was born because we wanted her to be married traditionally into a family. We were also active Catholics at the time, and we were attending church to get ready to baptize her, so we were trying to do things the right way with our baby. So I got married at 18 as well. I had turned 18 in May and I got married in September, but there wasn't and we were not LDS. We were active Catholics at the time. So I don't know, I feel like marriage doesn't always, well, I don't know, at that age I did get married at 18 because I was having a baby by him. Because why else do you get married that young in Utah? The sister also has drug charges? Wait, what? No, don't tell me that. We're gonna go on another. Sister has drug charges? When? Which sister? Oh, please don't do this to me as I'm about to hop off. Please. But please do tell. Which sister? Let me get. Is it carne asada and onions? Another rabbit hole. Here we fucking go. I haven't done checks on her siblings. No, I haven't. No more charges. Wait, Bessie, just tell us. I can't do it. I don't have the head for it right now, but I do want to know. Don't tell me, but tell me. Don't tell me, but tell me, and if it might pique my interest. Do we gotta go back and tell us approximately what year? Can you give us some cliff notes of those charges to see if it's something we absolutely need to research, or can we save it for the last half of the day? I'm trying to go out and eat, and you guys keep giving me too. I've been trying to leave on lunch 2 hours ago, and they keep giving me more to research. Where is the bestie that said her sister had drug charges? I want to bet it's the fucking carne asada and onions. If I had to guess which sibling had charges, it's gonna be carne asada and onions. Let's go eat. No, but I need to know before I hop off. Please don't leave us on a cliffhanger, bestie. If you already researched, please tell us. I would say if the sister did something wrong to you, then let's look it up. But maybe I want to know. We can put a pin in that for tomorrow's video. I need to go cook dinner. Can we put a bookmark in the sister's criminal charges for tomorrow? Actually, I think that's fair enough. Now, why would the sister's charges be relevant? I don't know. Why would Carlos's charges been relevant? And then look what fucking happened. I would have not thought that Carlos's criminal history would have been relevant at all. And then lo and behold, look at the rabbit hole that sent us in there. Imagine what if Candice's charge, what if she's involved in those arrests or charges too? We need to know. We need to know. Is it the same sister that's on her I don't know. The best, maybe that was a setup. She dropped a comment and ran. I bet, where is she? Where is she? Where did you go, bestie? The drop that little juicy piece of information. Oh, she wasn't even a subscriber. She wasn't even a member. Fergus sister. Oh, Fergus sister has drug charges? Not Candice. Okay. The bestie. What year? Depending on the year, that would be interesting. When maybe that would explain my, well, do tell us what year. Alright, but I still don't think we should look up Candice's sister. Carne asada and onions another day. Why am I not surprised? Fergie's sister. Well, we don't know much about her besides she's Candice's besties, but it would appear that Candice hung around with a certain type of social circle. Suspicious. Polite. He hit her. Been on the way. Oh, Doria, thank you so much. Let me check. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like as we're starting to unravel for Doria sent $10 for next Utah rabbit hole. Release the files. Thank you, Doria. What if the open container was hers? At this point, anybody that has charges around her, I'm looking them up, and here's why. Because she's been involved in 2 arrests so far. Is it a coincidence she's always fucking around when people are getting arrested? I think the fuck not. And you know what? Something that we missed that we may need to look up. God damn it. Oh, wait, ya suéltame, ya, por favor. I remember the bestie just pointed this out. Something that we missed in her request for protective order that I didn't dig into completely is, watch. Okay. What the? Hold on. Where is, right here. Chip. In her request for a protective order, right here, she lists that they've been involved in 2 cases together. The criminal case is the one we looked up, but there's also a traffic case, and she says that the judge did make an order right here. So we're missing a case with Ortiz. The question asks, have you or the respondent ever been involved in any other court case involving either of you or your children? She selected yes. The first case she listed, the type of case is traffic in Salt Lake. Patty, thank you so much,
Crazy
bestie.
stuff keeps coming up. Yikes, scared face emoji.
So the type of case is traffic in Salt Lake City, Utah. She doesn't know the court case, and she says the person involved was a respondent. And then she lists that the judge did make an order. Look. Where is... You see this? So she had knowledge of some type of criminal citation. Mary, new membership alert.
4083 has purchased a membership.
Thank you, bestie. So, I wonder which traffic citation she's talking about. The DUI was after she met him. So again, this shows you, this would tell us how long she's been with him if we find that traffic citation. Fuck. Oh, we're gonna have to research again. We're gonna have to. We need to go into the Ortiz files again, because if we find this traffic case she's talking about, it would give us a timeline of how long she was involved with him, that she had knowledge of this traffic case, and that the judge made an order on it. You see where I'm going with this? I keep trying to take a fucking lunch and I just can't. Come back later and pin this topic. Okay, we'll take a vote. Do you want to research it now or later? I cannot, no puedo prometer that I'll be back later because I have some stuff to do. It's now or tomorrow. Or she was married to him to get away from parents. I'm trying to remember. Let's see if I saved anything. Let me see if I saved anything. Okay, I need votes through the tip line. Vote through the tip. Oh, Belinda beat us to it. She said no. Fuck, Belinda.
Belinda 61 10 cent $9.99 cheese Maybox. Now.
She said now. All right, here we go. Back into the portal we go. Let me pull up Express Repeat, man. Okay, this is gonna be the last piece that we researched today. Okay. Hi. Oh, hi, Oso. Hi, yo. Look. Say hello. Ya mero. Ya mero, then we'll take a potty break. Please don't pee in my office, okay? No, bájate. Okay. Utah Exchange. Also, is this gonna be public? I don't know. I think this one will probably be members only, because I don't know that we've covered anything like super crazy that needs to be public. Not Carlos hopes to be the next Carlos Ortiz. Ya voy, Oso, ya voy. Alright, release the Candice files. Bájate, enfadoso.
At Belinda Garza 61 cent $4.99 cheese Maybox. Buy a pee pad for Oso.
Not
Very
the buy,
emoji.
not the buy a pee pad. Also, que te aguantes, pues. Quit. Coco's still sleeping. 016. Okay, real quick. Okay, here we go. I'm in. Okay, so we're searching for a traffic citation. Ortiz Carlos. That would have been around 2007. Also, what did we say? Okay, here's his felony case when he was charged. Where's another 1985? Ugh, I need district and justice. Okay. what else? Okay, now that we're in here, don't let me forget. I'm gonna pull up her mom's divorce so we can, just in case we need it. Okay, 1985. So there was traffic citation in May of 2007. How the fuck did she marry Fergie if she was fucking with him in 2000? What? Hold on. I just found a case. Okay, so her request for a P order lists the criminal case and a traffic citation. Common sense tells us that the traffic citation had to have happened before the day she filed for the protective order, which was in February of 2008. The only other case that he has that's for a traffic citation was on May 16th, 2007. I'm assuming, let me show you guys. I'm assuming this is the one. Let's read through it together. Okay. First and foremost, let me print this bitch and save it to the Candice files. Hold on. Keys, traffic. Okay, it has to be this one she's referencing in the PO because there isn't. It's the only other one that he has. So no fault insurance, equipment violation. So it looks like he took a plea deal in March of 2007. She was in fucking high school. How would she know about this? Ortiz, this is him. Alcohol, BAC, pedestrians endangered. How many passengers? 1. Condition of violator, calm. Address where a violator was stopped. Her house! How fucking long was she living there for? Okay, so right here, this is Candice's house right here. Right here. 795 South 300 East is the same address she lists on her request for a protective order. Okay, so the offense was March 14th. How the fuck? Wasn't she supposed to be... Are we sure she graduated in May of 07? Because how the fuck was she in Salt Lake? Or did he live there first and then she went and moved to move in with him? Alright, let's... So look, note, there are pedestrians endangered. Yes or no, how many? Passenger 1. Condition of violator, calm. Was that passenger Candice? Address where violator was stopped, 795 South 300 East, which is where Candice listed that she lived at the time of her protective order request. Comments of violator, I have no insurance. Officer, comments, had a valid DL, owner okay to drive. Automatic warrant issued on May 16th of 2007. Warrant issued May 16, 2007 for failure to appear. The defendant called in on August 1st, 07. Defendant came in, will make appointment to see the judge and try to get reduction. Defendant front counter set court hearing. August 1st of 07. Disposition is guilty plea. Mind you, Candice is getting married sometime in between here. Fine not paid in full, probation is up, filed to judge. So he pled guilty, warrant issued, bench warrant issued in September of 08. Bench warrant recalled, closed, canned. Okay, so the case was closed on November 1st, 2010, because that's when he was arrested on his other outstanding warrant, recalled. Defendant admits VOP, waives OSC, revokes in jail, closed on 12 days. So right here, it was closed because he was in jail at this time. That was right before he got deported. Okay, so this has to be the case she's referring to in the protective order because it lists her address. It's the only other traffic case he has. Now, she files her request for a protective order in February of 2008, and she tells the judge that there was a traffic, so let me pull it up again. I like to, so look, in her request for a PO, okay, right here, she lists 2 different cases, right? Right here. This is where she lists the traffic case. The persons involved was a respondent and the judge made an order. It has to be this one because this is the only case around that time frame and he was pulled over or cited at her address. So in February of 2008, when she tells the judge when she asks the judge for a protective order and she lets him know that there is a traffic case open for him as well, at that time, there was actually a warrant for his arrest on that traffic citation that had been issued in May of 2007. It was a bench warrant because he hadn't taken care of this traffic citation. So my question is, how could she have known about this traffic citation unless she was with him when it happened, or she was with him, or he told her about it? These timelines are fucking crazy because this is around the time she's getting married. She got married in between right here. This is it. This is the only case he has, and again, ironically, the location of the offense is in her complex. The same way, look right here. Where's the address that she lists for him to stay away from? Right there, 350 East, 700 South. Yeah, 300 East, 795 South. So maybe another apartment building. This is 795 Southeast, and hers is 350 East, 700 South. Should we look up the apartments? Let's look it up. Let's look up the complexes real quick. There, 350 East, 700 South, Salt Lake City, Utah. Oh, she lived almost right downtown. All right, you ready for a visual? She could put there was a passenger, so it almost sounds like she was a passenger. So look, this is 350 East, 700 South. This is 700 South. This is it, Building K. This is it. Okay, this is where she listed Building K in her protective order. This is it. This is where she lived, right here. How do I make this bigger? Bigger. Look. There it is. 350 East, 700 South, Building K. Okay, now I'm gonna search the address over here, which was 795 South, 795 South, 300 East. Okay. It was close by, but 700. Okay, so it wasn't right at the complex. I'm corrected. It was somewhere here at this intersection where he gets pulled over and he gets a traffic citation, but ridiculously close to her apartment. Let me show you how far it is from her place. That's how far it is from. He gets the traffic citation right here, and this is where she lives right here. So I want to say the court records do specify that there was one passenger. Who do you think the passenger was? One guess. Who do you think the passenger was when he gets pulled over in May of 2007? Just 1 month before she marries Ferguson. Otherwise, how would she know? How would she know to list that traffic citation in her request for a protective order? Right? Up here. Right here. She lists 2 cases. So now the timeline gets even fucking messier, because how the fuck did you marry Ferguson in June 2007, but you're riding in cars with boys with Ortiz in May of 2007? Riding dirty with no insurance. So then this her house of 700 South. I want to take you guys back to where she told the court to serve him. 350 East 700 South. 350 East 700 South. Okay, so this is her apartment complex. This is where she lived during the altercation with right here, Building K. Okay, you can see it says Building K. This is where she lived when she called the police on Ortiz and he gets arrested for fraud or forgery, right? And then in her request for a protective order, she has to tell the judge where Ortiz can be served, right? She lists where's the address? 300 East, no, this is where it happened. 300 East 700 South. 300 East 700 South, okay. Right here. She tells police, she tells the judge that's where he can be served in Building A. Park Place Apartments, Building A, 300 East 700 South. Her address is 350 East. So let's see. 300 East 700 South would look like this. Oh, right here. They changed the name. All right, let's see more dates. This was in 2007. Yep, so in 2007, it's Park Place. This is what she lists in her protective order. I don't know if you guys can read it very well. Right here. So in 2007, this is what it looked like, okay? Park Place Apartments. She lists that he can be served in Building A, and she lives in Building K. So she lives a little bit over here. 350 East. 350 East. Now I want to see what her apartment looked like in 2007. So this was her spot in 2007. Let me make this bigger so you guys can see. And he lives in the same complex, but in Building A with some friends. It's 2011. All right, so what did we narrow down to? That she was with Ortiz in May 2007 when he got pulled over. He has no other traffic citation she could be referencing. None. How many passengers? One. So I want to say she was in the vehicle with him. It is assuming. But how else would she know about this court order when she was listing his cases on the request for protective order? 1985. Aside from that, he has a misdemeanor. Oh, that was in 2010. Has a misdemeanor in 07, August of 2007. Let me look at that misdemeanor in West Valley City Justice. Again, no driver's license. Arraignments, failure to appear. And she mentioned that the city was Salt Lake City. So this one's from West Valley. So look, for her to know what county that traffic citation was in, what type of case it was, and there's one passenger listed in his case, because that's the only in fact that's the only traffic citation case he has on his record, is for driving with no insurance, right around the street from where they both lived together at some point. We all know one. Said he was stalking her apartment complex, but he lived there. Right, that's also misleading in the request for a protective order when she says he was stalking her. Well, he lived there. And they used to live together. She even knew the name of his case manager. I don't know. The police report on this is going to be interesting. We all have that one neighbor, she was it. So I do find it extremely intriguing that all of these things always happen in her apartment complexes. Like there's never no shit go, like these police reports never placed her, I don't know, at a restaurant, at a bar, at a friend's house. They're always at her apartment complex. That's also something that it's a pattern. In both cases, these arrests happen at her apartment complex, with men that lived in her apartment complex but not in her unit. Fidel lives across this in another unit with his family. Ortiz lives in building A with his friends. Like the similarities are just too fucking much for me. The similarities just, I don't know, something's off here. I think her parents married her to Ferguson to get away from Ortiz. I don't think her parents married her off. I don't think that anymore. I think she knew what the fuck she was doing and she just didn't know what she was doing at the same time. I think she had no idea what she wanted at that age. She was going back and forth, throwing the cat. And that marriage to Ferguson, she married her friend's brother. If the parents had set her up, why would it be with the friend's brother? It's getting sus. It's too sus for me. Alright, and that's a good place to bookmark. Oh, remember, I was gonna pull up the divorce. What's the dad's name again? Janet Henry. No, Janet Smith. What's the dad's name again? Janet Smith Pierce? No, that's not her. Smith. I looked up her dad. What was the dad's name? J. Smith? Something J. Smith? Guys, remind me of her dad's name. Janet Smith? I can't remember what I searched up. Daryl. Oh, Daryl. That's what it was. Daryl. That'll be easier to pull up. But hold on. Let me find the Daryl. Date of birth by chance? DA. This is giving Section 8 vibes for sure. Yeah. Okay, Elmo County. Castle Rock. I'm looking for a specific February 247. AJTA. Are we sure that's how we spell his name? DARRYL. I'm coming. Oh, I can't find it. I can't remember what I searched for when I found their divorce and his child support. Oh, here it is. Castle Dale District. Here it is. All right. Her parents got divorced in 2002? Hold on, let me print this before. Okay, her mother filed for divorce in November of 2002. And let's see if we can narrow down who the oldest child is. I don't think there's a copy. Motion to vacate, order to show cause. This case is too old. There's no copy of the divorce decree. Findings. So they got married officially on February 4th of 2003. But because this is an old case, there's no copy of the divorce decree. I was trying to see if it lists the children, like how many kids they had. No, she filed a petition to modify in 2006. Motion for ex parte order of custody. Oh, the dad? The dad. Looks like they were fighting over Candelaria. Ex parte motion, ex parte custody order and order to show cause. Motion for immediate appointment of guardian ad litem. What was going on, Candelaria, in 2006? How old was she in 2006? Affidavit of Joanne Papas White. Janet Smith counter affidavit and request for affirmative relief with sanctions. Affidavit of Joanne Papas White. Motion, exhibits. So they were fighting over the kiddos. Ms. White addressed the court about a procedural issue. The court will initially proceed on respondent's order to show cause regarding temporary custody of the children and the temporary order issued on March 3rd. So dad was fighting for custody of the kids. The court appoints a guardian ad litem. Calls Janet Smith, who's sworn and then excused from the stand so that another witness can testify. Upon motion from Mr. Haley, witnesses are identified and excluded from the courtroom. Mr. Haley made a motion to strike some of the affidavits that were attached to one of the petitioner's documents. The court will take this motion under advisement. Dale Terry, DDS, was called by Mr. Haley as a witness. Janet Leigh Smith was called as a witness. Michael Bass as a witness. Daryl J. Smith as a witness. Angela Hamilton addressed the court as to the status of the DCFS referral. Ooh, candy cakes. Your mama was in trouble with DCFS. Connie Guardian ad litem made a recommendation. The court ordered the temporary order issued on March 3rd to be dissolved. Candice and Chelsea are to be returned to the petitioner's home. Nicole is to remain at the respondent's home. Oh, look, so they were fighting over the kiddos. Look, let me show you real quick. Okay, so right here, Candice and Chelsea are to be returned to the petitioner's home. So that's to mom's. Nicole is to remain at the respondent's home. That's to dad. The court ordered Mrs. Smith not to allow any contact between Candice and Mr. Ferguson? What the fuck? Hold on. Dad? Mr. Ferguson? Hold on. Candice, this is so crazy. Dad was trying to fight off Ferguson. Do y'all see this shit? Did you see what I'm reading here? Hold on. Put the lights back on. Dad filed an emergency ex parte motion against mom. And it looks like this was in 2006. How old is Candice in 2006? Chat, where are you? Oh my god. Okay, how old is Candice in 2006? This hearing was held on March 10, 2006. She's 17 years old. Dad is trying to intervene. Belinda, thank you, bestie.
At Belinda Garcia 6110 cent $9.99 cheese Maybucks.
She's
We will be here
17.
for another hour.
Thank you so much, Belinda. You guys, let's take a pause. Let's take a pause. Let's take a pause for the tip line. This is crazy. Okay, hold on. Dad is trying to keep Candice from dating Ferguson. Call 911. She was okay. This is crazy. Oh my gosh. We're not taking a lunch today. So look, let me recap, okay? Mom files for divorce in 2002. Candice is how old in 2002? Candice is 13 when her parents divorce. A divorce decree is issued. Custody is, I don't know who it was given to, I think the mom. But in 2005, Dad files a petition to amend the divorce decree. Based on the notes in the case, the issue was custody. Okay, he files an ex parte motion. That means ex parte is usually when there is risk of irreparable harm to the child if the other party is notified. Okay, it doesn't appear, Dad brings a bunch of witnesses to this hearing. Okay, a hearing is held on February 7th, 2006. And there are temporary orders issued. I haven't even finished reading them, but one of them states Candice cannot have contact with Mr. Ferguson. So right here, okay, Candice and Chelsea are to be returned to the petitioner's home. Nicole is to remain at the respondent's home. Dad is respondent. This right here, they're ordered to be returned to petitioner's home. This tells me that the dad did not want to give them back to the mom, have them in his custody, and file an emergency motion, and a hearing was held. The court rules the girls are to be sent back to petitioner. Nicole is to remain at respondent's home, not sure why. And here it says, the court ordered Mrs. Smith not to allow any contact between Candice and Ferguson. And Mr. Ferguson. Who's Mr. Ferguson? She ends up fucking marrying him. The court orders a custody evaluation to be done with the cost of same to be divided equally between the parties at this time. The court reserves the issue of attorney's fees. The court reconvened after a lunch break with all parties. The court proceeds with the respondent's petition to modify petitioner's counterclaim and both parties' orders to show cause regarding changes in child support and debts. Mr. Higley recalled Daryl Smith. Mr. Higley is the attorney. Mr. Higley recalled Jeanette Smith. Miss White recalled Janet Smith to testify on the petitioner's order to show cause. Miss White preferred attorney's fees. Miss Smith's testimony continued with cross-examination. Mr. Higley recalled Daryl to the stand. The court questioned the petitioner. Mr. Higley recalled Daryl Smith. The court takes the remaining issues under advisement. Mr. Higley is to prepare the order dissolving the temporary order involving custody of the children. Then, a month later, answer to petition to modify decree of divorce. Mom files this. There's a subpoena. Subpoena duces Tickham on return. Request for telephonic conference. Motion for emergency temporary order in August of 2006. And motion for contempt. Filed affidavit of attorney Joanne Papas White. The court conducted a telephonic conference in this matter on August 1st of 2006 with counsel with the petitioner, counsel for the respondent, and guardian ad litem. The court hereby orders the parties to conduct mediation on the issues in this case and further set trial in this matter on October. Bench trial is scheduled. On October 2nd of 2006, the court conducted a telephonic conference with the attorneys for the petitioner and respondent. The trial now scheduled for October 12, 2006 is hereby vacated. The trial in this matter is now set for October 5th. Bench trial is rescheduled. October 5th, bench trial is held. Attorney for Miss White, or for Miss Smith, is Joanne, and the attorney for Dad is Dustin Hughley. Are you guys doing okay in here? Okay, these are the notes from the bench trial. Court opened. All parties are present. Counsel addressed the court regarding the issues that have not been resolved. The court has inquired as to why the parties had not gone to mediation as the court had previously ordered. Counsel informed the court that they had no reason, they had just not gone to mediation. The court requested Mr. Higley to proceed with his witnesses. Respondent's witness is Callie Smith. Isn't Callie Smith a daughter? Respondent's witness, so respondent is Dad. I swear to God, isn't Callie a daughter? In the spreadsheet, I saw a name for Callie Smith. Pretty sure Callie Smith is a sister, no? Oh, she's a stepmom. Callie Smith was a stepmom. Okay? Callie Smith is a stepmom. So that was respondent's witness. So that was respondent's wife at the time. Respondents exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4 offered and received. Respondent Daryl Smith sworn and testified. Respondents exhibits 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 were offered and received. Callie Smith, which is stepmom, was called by Miss White. Petitioner Smith was sworn and testified. Exhibits were offered. The court ordered the disposition of Janet Smith published. Ooh, where can we find that publication? The court ordered the deposition of Janet Smith published. Counsel presented closing arguments. The court will take this matter under advisement and rule by memorandum decision next week. And he ruled on the 20th, but we don't have a copy of it. And then there was an order on motion to modify the divorce decree. Notice of entry of order. Motion for order to show cause in April. By now, Candice is... So, the divorce decree was modified in August of 2006, shortly before she turned 18. This is a stipulation, order to show cause. There was something real funky going on in that divorce over Candice and Ferguson. And I think the reason why she married him so expeditiously has something to do with the dad. Callie is a stepmom, or was a stepmom. So it would appear that her dad was actively trying to intervene in her relationship with Ferguson. And you can see that the relationship with Ferguson actually goes all the way back to when Candice was a minor. That was in 2006. So she started dating. So I don't think Ortiz comes into the timeline until after Ferguson. Okay, because their parents were fighting in court over this. There was an issue by a judge, an order by a judge that she couldn't have contact with him in the interim. So dad was not happy about Candice dating a 35-year-old, as he should be. It looks like dad was actively trying to protect her from this man. So wherever we said that this was an arranged marriage, at least dad was not in on it. Dad was not okay with the arranged marriage, and it looks like mom may have been okay with it. She was fighting the dad in court. They did a whole trial on this. So this is crazy. Every time we pull up a case, we find some crazy shit. I was not expecting to find any mention of Ferguson in the parents' divorce case. Crazy. So yeah, Candice was dating a whole ass 30-something-year-old. Dad was doing what he was supposed to be doing. Yeah, he was 35 and she was 17. What else? I did also find a yes.
At Belinda Garcia 6110 $1.99 cheese Maybox. Mom has been co-signing her BS since 1989.
Actually, yes. This is quite crazy, guys. Wait. You're crying. Motion to vague. It looks like they came to an agreement in May of 2010. Affidavit, bench trial. This divorce, these divorce records have information on Ferguson. Absolutely. They were fighting over Fergie. Yep. So he filed an emergency motion for custody in March of 2006, which is when Candice was about 17. Who is Joan Papas? No, don't lick me. Subpoena. He was sending subpoenas. He was doing a lot of stuff. It would appear that dad was trying to protect Candice. Yeah, boy. That's crazy. That's crazy. So guys, stop it. No. Bájate. So, how do you think dad... Now ask yourself why dad didn't write a letter of support for Fidel. This is better than La Rosa de Guadalupe. Oh, no. Do you think dad was in support of Fidel? Absolutely the fuck not. Now you know... One, mom has been co-signing her fuckery with these men since she was a minor. Okay? And it makes sense why all the support letters are for mom. Dad was not a fan of her choices of men, rightfully so. Yeah. And then dad also had a child support lien. So it looks like the dad and the mom were fighting over child support issues. Which is very, customary in divorce cases, honestly. He eventually paid it, but Crazy. All right, I need to go eat something. This is crazy. This is absolutely bananas. It's like, it's crazy how much of somebody's story is in public records, right? From down to her. So this answers, let's do a recap of this live, but really quick, this part answers our question about Ferguson. When did she meet him? Why did she marry him? She was dating him as a minor. I think we're spot on to say that she, in the earlier parts of her life where we said that she went to school with his sister, started dating him as a high schooler, as a minor. And dad did not agree so far that he tried to fight for custody from mom, because mom was co-signing this bullshit so much that the court had to issue orders that the mom should not be facilitating contact with this 35-year-old man that her daughter eventually ends up marrying right after she turns of legal age. This is kind of crazy. It makes you look at the mom in a completely different light. Kind of feel sad looking at dad, at the history that dad was trying to fight so hard for his daughter not to be groomed by this 35-year-old man. We know that unfortunately his fight was in vain, because she ended up marrying him shortly after. Just 6 months after she turned 18, she married Ferguson, and then separates from him just 4 months later. Mark my words, Fergie was mom's BF. Yeah, so I don't think we could. But now this is crazy, because remember, she gets caught up with Ortiz in May of 2007. I think it's safe to say that she was having extramarital affairs, or like she was cheating on Fergie. Hella. Her relationship timeline, I don't think we will ever get to the bottom of it, because that shit is so messy. So messy. The tangled webs that people weave. I mean, yeah. Yeah. How are you guys feeling? Imagine, is he a teacher? Shut up. Shut up. Let me find out. Okay, so what school did she go to? What if he was a teacher? No. We've narrowed it down that it's her friend's brother. Mom should have been arrested. Charges should have been filed on Ferguson. Absolutely. Charges should have been filed. I don't know what the dad did or what he didn't do, but charges should have been filed on Ferguson. Absolutely. I think dad slept. And mind you, dad was in law enforcement. So it makes you wonder, why was this not reported to law enforcement? Maybe they wanted to avoid a family scandal. Her behavior is very much a reflection of mom. Yeah, that's crazy, guys. I was not expecting crazy. I think I heard somewhere that things were rocky with mom for a while. If anything, things should have been rocky with dad. Dad was the one trying to intervene for her safety. We don't know if and when she cheated on her husband. We just know that there are some conflicting timelines. In one of her videos, she states she didn't have a very good relationship with her dad before he died. Well, that would make sense why he didn't send in character letters for Fidel, why he never visited her. It would make sense that dad had some type of resentment, you know, to her marrying Ferguson. He obviously was not in agreement with it. That's crazy. That's very alarming. Well, now we know, again, well, unless we pull those records, I don't know if the court would have records that old. Maybe. In Utah, you can marry someone with the consent of a parent at the age of 16. Right, but dad was not consenting. And dad had court orders. And there was a divorce decree. So she would not have been able to marry without dad. And there was a guardian ad litem. There was some serious stuff going on with Candice and Ferguson, enough that the court had to get involved while she was 17. And mind you, he filed that she had just turned 17. So there had to have been some history before dad finally got to that point of filing some shit. Alright guys, we gotta wrap up. Thank you for joining me. This is what a fucking deep dive. A huge shout out to all of you that have supported my live streams through form of tips, super chats, Venmos, research fees. I don't know guys, at some point we gotta hang it up. Enjoy it while it lasts, because there's no way we can do this long of live streams for forever. I don't think I'll be back this evening. I will be just kind of catching up with some other stuff I gotta get done. Just when I thought like we had a mouthful on Friday, this was crazy to kind of come across. For those of you that didn't catch the live, I'll have it available for members replay. I'm not going to make this one public just because I don't think that it's 5 hours. There's nothing, I don't know, maybe I will. I don't know. I'm torn on making it public or private. I don't want to inundate my platform with too many lives, especially this long, that don't have like, you know, an organized context to them, and we're covering something specific. Like when I covered the police report on the last live, I think the next public live I want to have available for replay is probably when we get that police report. I don't think Fidel knows it. I'm sure I think a lot of these things we're uncovering are things probably nobody knows, not even her inner circle. So see, there's so many things based on her story that she could have used as a way to create awareness, to connect, to just help people in similar situations. Deportation is not should not be it, is not her thing, is not her story, but she has a very intriguing story for many other things, from grooming to these marriages to these domestic violence. All these things she could have actually created a platform off that people could have related on. Crazy how she included her dad in that one pinned TikTok where she talks about Fidel. Dad was not a fan of him. And you can put the dots together, especially when you can see that dad didn't provide a character letter for Fidel while he was facing prison time. Dad's letter would have had maybe some weight because he was in law enforcement, right? We know she's used his position in law enforcement to be like, yeah, and he did this. And so we know that all the family members that wrote letters for him included their job titles, that they were students. So yeah, a police officer writing a letter of support for somebody in prison would have had some weight. There's a reason why that didn't exist. There's a reason why dad didn't write a letter, and probably because there's a reason why dad never went to Mexico. And I think those are things probably she's not gonna, you know. Yes, you can sell me, Bessie. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Pandora box of candles. Yeah, you got me through 4 hours of applying to jobs. Thanks, and get some rest. And I haven't even ate. Oh yeah, I gotta run, guys. We covered some crazy shit. I hope you guys enjoy it. I will go back on my video at some point today and timestamp it for those of you that want to rewatch it, but maybe don't want to rewatch the whole thing, or don't know, you know, if you would just want to jump ahead of some things. So as always, I've pinned at the top of my chat the link to become a baddie, or if you want to send in a tip through the tip line, a super chat. They are all appreciated, and they allow us to have these 4 or 5 hour live streams, because there's no way I could be hosting these live streams if I wasn't monetizing. I just can't, because they have way too much shit to do to sit here and choose mine for free. So I appreciate all of you guys that have made my time worthwhile. For those of you that are following the series, invested, this shit is almost as good as La Rosa de Guadalupe. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up. Thank you for joining me. You will see my end screen for a few minutes. Candice, do we have the right timeline? Speak up and clarify for us. There's no way we could have the correct timeline, right? We're just going, I mean, there's no way we'll have the timeline exactly as it happened, but based on what's out there, I think we're getting close. I think we're getting close. And it's just crazy that even her bullshit with Ferguson is listed in her parents' divorce. Like, that's very fucking telling. Anyway, besties, thank you so much for joining me. I will catch you guys on the flip side.